Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Reverend Greg Davis. Reverend Davis is the president of ALCAP and a guest of the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Thanks, sir. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this day that you have given us. It's your day, and we rejoice in it. Lord, we come to you now even after a long day. People's minds are tired and bodies may be tired. But Lord, I pray that you'd give this body today focus in these minutes and hours to come. Lord, help them accomplish the will that you have put in front of them. Lord, we pray for the leadership of this body day in and day out. Lord, we pray you continue to use them to carry forth your purposes. Now may all the words of our mouth and the meditations of our heart today be pleasing in your sight. You are our rock and our redeemer. In Jesus' name we pray. If you agree with that, say amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today the pledge will be led by Emma Kate Proskaska. Emma Kate attends Prattville High School and is patron for Senator Chambliss. Emma Kate.
Attention, salute, pledge.
All right, Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 23 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business. Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I make a motion at this time to set aside sunset for the purpose of a special order calendar, please, sir?
Sorry about that, Senator Gudger. I got ahead of you. I need Senator Wagner to excuse absent senators.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we'll make a motion to set aside sunset for the purpose of a special order calendar.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 23 ayes, 1 nay. The motion passes. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator
I
Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Rudin, receive the report from Rules, please.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 64, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 20th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. Introduction of bills, House messages, reports from standing committees, motions and resolutions, uncontested local legislation. On page 23, Senate Bill number 186 by Senator Chambliss regarding consumer protection. On page 21, Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Chasteen regarding public K-12 schools. On page 4, Senate Bill number 35 by Senator Allen regarding crimes and offenses. On page 32, Senate Bill 191 by Senator Figures and others regarding postpartum depression. On page 5, Senate Bill number 119 by Senator Barfoot regarding firearms. On page 23, Senate Bill 187 by Senator Chambliss regarding consumer protection. On page 11, Senate Bill number 34 by Senator Smitherman regarding public K-12 education. On page 17, Senate Bill 196 by Senator Orr regarding the Move On When Ready program. On page 30, House Bill number 116 by Representatives Simpson and Wilcox regarding the Professional Bail Bonding Board. On page 30, House Bill number 119 by Representatives Underwood and Wilcox regarding the Board for Interpreters and Transliterators. On page 33, House Bill 120 by Representative Underwood and Wilcox regarding the State Board of Genetic Counseling. On page 31, House Bill number 121 by Representative Underwood and Wilcox regarding the Board for Registered Interior Designers. On page 34, House Bill 126 by Representative Wilcox regarding the State Board of Midwifery.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move the Senate adopt the report from the Committee on Rules using short roll call.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to be recognized to speak on the special order calendar.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you.
How
very
are you
much.
today?
Oh, blessed by the best.
Okay.
And I try not to worry about the rest.
All right.
I had my blood pressure checked about 4 days ago, and I'm still rolling strong. It was 128/72.
Man, that's impressive.
And I take no medicine. I've never, so far in my whole life, ever taken any blood pressure medicine.
It's those Diet Mountain Dews you're drinking. Keep it up.
So,
all right.
so I said that to say that Mariah Carey has a song that fits the way that you ought to be that way. And you know what the song is? It's called Shake It Off. So you have to shake things off and keep going. That's the way life is. Thank you. Today we have a special order calendar, and we have a litany of different issues that's on this calendar. And as I look at the calendar, I'm still faced with the issue that I had discussed the other day, and that issue simply being we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now, 30% of 1/3 of 13 is about 4 and a half maybe, when I grew up and where I came from, that they taught us in math, the old math, is to round off to the highest number when you get to 5. So if that's the case, we should have 5 bills on this agenda. Now, I talked about it the other day. Yesterday, I sat down, okay, trying to get a little slack for them to work through that. I have provided a list of all the bills that we, as a minority caucus, have in position to be able to be considered out here on the floor. So it's not that, I provided it to leadership. I did not give the rules chair a copy of it. I did not. But it wasn't by intention. It's just that I had them and I provided them to, to leadership. So it's not that it's not a knowledge of what we have available, but it is some other reasoning that I will speculate and I won't communicate to you as to maybe why they're not on there. One of the things that I wanted to, and I have to keep telling the body, I think, Senator, you heard me say this in judiciary this morning. I said that the way that we worked in judiciary is a model for the way that we need to work out here on this floor. You can't just not put any of our bills on there. And I'm gonna say it and give it the benefit of the doubt, okay? I'm gonna stay on the upside of positive and not go to the downside of negative. And on the upside of positive, you cannot, it's not appropriate. I'm not talking about what you can and can't do. It's not appropriate to say because I got some problem with the bill that, that's what amendments are for. That's what negotiations back and forward are for. And if there is no, if nobody communicates to us what they have a problem with in the bill, then there's no way that we can sit down with them and be able to try to work through what that problem. So, because of that, we find ourselves each day getting what I call this, this is a new word now. The first part is not new, but the last part of it is what I call tokenism. Okay, to where you sprinkle 1 or 2 in there to say you did something, but knowing good in fact that you're supposed to be putting a third of them on there. Okay, so that's the first and the foremost where we find ourselves today. Okay, that's where we find ourselves. So I understand, that was decisions made. See, let me stop for a minute. There's always decisions made. Always. And for that, I was taught this in college, I could be wrong, but for every action, there's a reaction, okay? So this is the action, now you're seeing the reaction. Then if there's another action, you're gonna see another reaction. It's just gonna go like that. It ain't gonna, and that's what I wanted to kind of convey more than anything here. This ain't a, you get a action, a reaction, and an action, and that stops with a period. No. Some folks think that, but that's not how it rolls. If there's an action, there's a reaction, there's another action to the reaction, then there's another action. It just, and let me say this. We didn't establish the initial action. So it ain't on us because of the reaction. It's based on whoever decided to cause the action. So there's no sense in looking at us while we are here at this moment to make some judgment as to why we are here and whatever that might be. I'm making it clear to everybody in there, we here because of this action. We didn't create whatever's finna happen. We didn't create it. We just walked in here, answered roll. We passed a special order calendar, and which I didn't vote for, and we have a response. This is the action. How many days have I sat at this mic and said over and over and over and over from the first day we got in, well, the second day, we got in here that a third of these should be our bills. A third. Can you imagine how piddly a third is? You got 3/4. We ain't talking about but getting 1/4. They get 2/4. Every time we have 3/4, we just talking about getting 1, and they get 2. And it's a denial of giving us an opportunity to represent the people that we represent. That's what this is, because there are issues that just like, you know, if you remember in judiciary this morning, there was one person, I can't call it that issue, but you're going to remember the setting, came up there and said that this bill that they had, they did it because, listen at this, and nothing wrong, I'm not criticizing them, but I'm just showing you what I mean. They said, I had a. Now, I don't know how many House members are in a district. 35,000, 33,000, 38,000? How many? Yeah. Okay, they said that I had a out of 38,000 constituent that had a problem. They have wanted and chose and have exercised the opportunity to represent that one citizen in changing the law that's going to affect. Now, here's one over here. Here's I'm just going to round them off, 5.5 million people over here. But because this one person wants this, we're going to, if they felt compelled to request of the judiciary and, of course, the Senate, the House, to pass a law that's going to take care of that one person they talked about and force the 5,500,000 to do that. Now, fast forward. Everybody sitting in here, everybody, because of reapportionment, because of redistricting, everybody in here represents 150,000. We're going to entertain someone that represents 38,000. And yet we are collectively, I'm going to tell you exactly what that is. Okay. We collectively represent 1.2 million people. The 8 of us in here represent 1.2 million people. And yet we are being denied the opportunity to present an issue or issues that represent 1.2 million, and yet, and even in committees, it's slow about putting our bills up on committees. But yet here's a House bill that, yeah, that's what, I'm just saying what happened today. I'm not accusing, I'm saying facts. Here's a House bill that they have pole vaulted past a consideration of any of those Senate bills that we have in committee to be considered. Okay? That's the problem we start out the day with. Sure, there's some other ones that will come up, I'm sure, as we go through this process. But that's what we start out with today. I would love to be in my seat sitting down. Like I did yesterday. I would love, yesterday was a breath of fresh air to be able to just sit back and if you remember, I came up to this mic, and after about 10 minutes or so, I said, wait a minute. I said, people think I'm his brother, son, let me sit down. Because I didn't want to be, that's not what I wanted to do. And gave a free pass on the agenda that didn't have, but maybe one of our bills on there, you know. And I'm gonna say this, I've said it privately, but I'm gonna say it openly on the floor. Please, I'm gonna talk, every now and then I go toward talking to Lil Ebony, and then I go talking to, over here, I'm gonna talk a little street talk now. Because remember where I live. Yeah. Most of them they can't visualize where I live. But when I say this, you know how you have a gate and then you have a area? Well, I stay right after you come in the gate. I stay right inside the gate of the hood. Of the hood, okay? That's where I stay. Oh, it's a pretty hood now. The beautiful homes on Green Springs, all like that. But I live in the hood. And let me tell you what I hear when I go to the service station. So I'm gonna use some of them phrases. And this phrase applies to what I was talking about yesterday, where you're gonna have one bill for us, and then by 2 other bills, all of a sudden, let me get out of there. Take this for instance. Here's a bill, SB 92, by my friend, the chairman of Ed Policy. Okay? Now, by the senator that they have there, they have his name because he is the sponsor. Okay? Now, this is what I'm talking about. I'm getting to. Couple of bills on there. You see how his name is? If like one of us was the first sponsor, no, this way it would be. It would be Senator, his name, and then your name. And someone came to me and actually told me when I was counting that no, you have 3 bills. 3 bills, because they put one of our name by that was a co-sponsor on there. Now I'm finna go to talk that little talk I was telling you about, because I stay in the hood. You know what they would tell me if I went back home and told somebody that? They said, look, don't play me. Don't play me. Don't play me, don't insult my intelligence by telling me some stuff like that. Now, if people can say what they want to, but I'll make an announcement so people will know that. That's an insult. To think that I am that ignorant, to not know that that's a co-sponsor and not the sponsor, to address what I'm saying, that we don't have bills on here. So, if that's the case, then you find ourselves where we are right now. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And I mean, it's nothing personal, because what do I say a lot of times? I hold this up, and I said I was going to say it again today, so I'm going to say it right now. Senator Roger Smithman, Senate District 18, as of 3:45, I was reporting for duty, and it's my job to take our rules and take our tools and do everything I can to be successful for the citizens of Senate District 18. If we had the proper bills, that work would kind of shift and be something else different. But because we don't have, remember, I don't set the tools. Ain't nobody, this was sent to us. So I had no ability to address anything on here. It may not have mattered if I addressed it, but I had no ability to do that. So, I mean, I'm not, like I said, ain't nothing about it upset. That's just the way it is. That just drop something, Senator. Senator, drop something. That's just the way that the situation is. I mean, we just find ourselves where we find ourselves, and like I said, I just, it's like playing cards. I just take the hand I'm dealt. This is what I was dealt for today. Yeah, I ain't the dealer. Hey, I'm not the dealer.
Senator, we are out of time.
Yes, sir. Can I get y'all hands up over there? Roll call vote.
Roll call.
All right. Call a long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley.
I'm gonna help right here today, Mr. Governor.
Mr. Bell.
I'm gonna help everybody.
Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
All right, 25 ayes, 5 nays. The special order calendar is adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, yes.
may I request a point of personal privilege?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, sir. It kind of falls along with my colleagues from Jefferson County over there. Just in the way we operate, have begun to operate in the Senate. I serve on a number of committees here in the state Senate. Bills are discussed, they are vetted, they are amended, as my esteemed colleague from Jefferson County has mentioned. We do all of this and go through these bills to make sure we ask questions, to make sure that we understand them, so that when we get to the floor, a lot of that has been cut down, especially by the committee members. We understand what those bills are about before they are moved on to third reading. The committee process, to me, is really invaluable. And for those of you who know me, you know that I don't miss a whole lot of committee meetings. Didn't go to the last one today because it was just a long day, and then aside for what was on my schedule, you had all the constituencies and advocacy people that came in, and you want to give them that same respect because many of them are here advocating for these very same bills that we have in our committee. And I want to take time to listen to their point of view and understand it, because that's where the rubber meets the road. And it's important that we hear them. That is also something that is done in our committees, that we receive public input from the public whose families, community members are all impacted by the bills that we pass, but it also allows transparencies of the bills and legislation that comes before us. It allows us to enable these people to go back and express and give the full context. So it serves, as I said, as a valuable tool. I have served as committee chair, former chair of a health committee, and during my tenure, I tried to be fair to everyone. It goes back to what my colleague is saying. I tried to be fair to ensure that all bills, regardless, I didn't look at the bills or whether I liked this bill or went through it or not, or well, I'm gonna set this one aside. If it came in the committee, unless somebody told me that I don't want this bill to move, and sometimes you have that, and sometimes people are still working to get things out and they don't want it to come on. Unless they told me that, the bill was in committee. And even if it went in committee and they said, well, you know, we're still working on that, we would hold it back, but never use personal authority as the person who was chairing the committee to hold anyone's bill out, not put it on committee, not allow it to move forward so that it could be heard, and the same thing. And again, it was an opportunity for us to vet and giving respect to not only the people on the committee, but the people from the chamber below us that brings bills. Understand they go both ways, and once we start this tit for tat, we started up here and they started down there, what are we doing? We're not getting anywhere here. But it gives the general public an opportunity to come in and express their opinion, oftentimes, of how a piece of legislation impacts on their lives personally. And a lot of the bills that we get, people will come forward and state how they are impacted by it. But it provides also transparency in our operations and what we do, and how our laws and how we pass these laws. So understand that the laws that we pass gives or denies a person certain rights. It can harm you or it can make you well. Because we serve on the health committee, we serve in judiciary committee, we find how these bills can harm people or how they can make someone well. They can determine whether a person is born or unborn. All of these things we decide. It can grant or deny a local government the right to even exist or to make certain laws, to carry out certain duties that will enable them to serve the people that they have been elected to serve. These bills that we pass create equity or it disenfranchises a whole population of people. I rise because yesterday in our committee in county municipal government, there were some local bills on the agenda and that had statewide implication. It involved just one county over a dispute of a local sales and use tax.
Senator, your time's up.
Can I get an extension?
How much time do you need? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give you an extension. While I'm doing that, I'd like to recognize a special guest on the floor. We got Education Budget Chair Danny Garrett. Danny, welcome to Alabama Senate. Good to have you today. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be brief. But basically, my issue is with how the meeting was conducted in relationship to the vote that was taken. At the end of the meeting, after it was a public hearing and we had heard from the public, there was a vote, and there was a voice vote that was requested. There was all no votes. It's obvious if you says all the people that are for it, you got one yes, and you can easily hear one aye vote. But nonetheless, in spite of the majority of the vote on the committee, it was declared by the person who chaired the committee that the bill passed, the ayes have it, and we adjourn. Even Ray Charles, who's blind, can hear. You can hear when there's a number of no's and one yes. To me, this was a blatant disregard for the rules and standards and procedures that we have set in place. It was an alarming message that we are sending, that this is how the state of Alabama, the Alabama State Senate operates, and these meetings are televised. This action was done, in my opinion, with disrespect to the members who serve on the committee. It was a disrespect to the law that we pass. We pass laws, and we we require everybody else to follow those laws, but we ourselves are determined that we are not. It was a vote as a result of what was done that was discriminated against. Not one, it wasn't done discriminately, because not just myself, but everybody that sat on that committee I felt was discriminated against because your vote was disregarded. I can respect the majority rule. I can play by the rules, as my colleague says, but not when someone that has authority sits in a position of leadership and disregards those rules because it does not suit their wishes. So this action, and let me just say, the reason I'm up here, it didn't just start this year. It kind of started last year with being the disrespectful kind of thing. Silence does not mean consent. And if I'm the only one here on the committee, I won't say that I'm the only one that notices it, but if I'm the only one to stand up and say that I am opposed to this, it was an affront to me personally. My grandmother used to have a saying that says, and she always told me, don't let nobody piss in your face and tell you it's raining.
All right, Senator, we need to move on.
Thank you very much.
All
This
right.
is one of those cases.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize, right now we have introduction of bills. So any senators have any bills they need to introduce? Also, we have a birthday today. Senator Tom Butler, happy birthday. All right, so we're on introduction of bills. So reminder, if you need to introduce bills, we have to do them right now.
Senate Bill number 319 by Senator Beasley regarding Barber County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Senate Bill number 320 by Senator Weaver regarding the Alabama Liquefied Petroleum Gas Board is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 321 by Senator Singleton regarding the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 322 by Senators Wagner and Gudger regarding community development districts is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development.
All right, any other bills? All right, now moving on to Tim. All right, now moving on to House messages. Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill in order the same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 433 by Representative Wood R. regarding Talladega County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator.
I just want to reiterate the request first for a point of order. And if I would stand to be corrected from the secretary if I mistake what I'm saying, but it's my understanding that I can talk, 15 minutes on the House message? So what now? Can I ask for the title to be read? Because
You can ask for the title to be read.
okay, I'd like for the title to be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
I got you. Okay.
Relating to Talladega County to amend Section 11, Act 91-533 of the 1991 regular session, as last amended by Act 2023-393 of the 2023 regular session, to further provide for the distribution of the special county sales and use tax, and to repeal Act 2023-393 of the 2023 regular session relating to the distribution of the special sales and use tax. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 488 by Representative Wood, D., and Fincher regarding Chambers County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Chambers County to alter, rearrange, and extend the boundary lines and corporate limits for the town of Cusseta in Chambers County. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 432 by Representative Wood, R., relating to Talladega County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Talladega County to establish a service of process fee for the service or attempted service of certain documents by the Talladega County Sheriff's Office in the Civil Division to provide for the disposition of service of process fees. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 434 by Representative Wood, R., regarding Talladega County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding Talladega County to further provide for the compensation of the sheriff and to repeal Act 188, 1957, regular session, Act 865, 1978, regular session, Act 93, 565, 1993, regular session, 1998, regular session, Act 1998, page 919, Act 98, 574, 1998, regular session, Act 2001, 466, 2001, regular session, Act 2004, 435, 2004 regular session, Act 2009, 374, 2009 regular session, and Act 2021, 466, 2021 regular session relating to the compensation of the sheriff. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 468 by Representative Estes, regarding Marion County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Marion County to create the Service of Process Fund, to provide for service of process, and to provide for the collection and distribution of fees associated with service of process. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 499 by Representative Yarbrough, regarding Lawrence County with notice and proof is referred to the Local Legislation Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Lawrence County to authorize the sheriff to establish procedures for using a credit card or debit card to make purchases provided the proper procedures are followed. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 500 by Representative Yarbrough regarding Lawrence County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding Lawrence County, to amend Section 454230 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for the compensation of the sheriff. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 463 by Representative Smith and Bedsole relating to Chilton County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Regarding Chilton County, to authorize the Board of Commissioners of Chilton County 911 to establish procedures for the Director of Chilton County 911 to make purchases using a credit card or debit card issued to Chilton County 911 under certain conditions. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 502 by Representative Baker regarding Escambia County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Escambia County to authorize the sheriff to establish procedures for using a credit card or debit card to make purchases. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 399 by Representative Estes regarding Lamar County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Lamar County to amend Section 453871.01 Code of Alabama 1975 to revise the process for personal property auctions by the County Commission, to remove any publication requirement for the disposition of county property via online auction, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update existing code to current language style. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 403 by Representative Bedsole and others regarding crimes and offenses is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding crimes and offenses, to amend Section 13A 6260 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for definitions, to add Section 13A 6264 to the code to provide for the establishment, development, management, and maintenance of the Alabama Criminal Enterprise Database. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 61 by Representative DuBose regarding public K-12 education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title when you get a chance.
Regarding public K-12 education, to authorize homeschool students to participate in certain career and technical education programs at K-12 public schools, to provide exemptions for full-time career and technical education schools, and to require the State Board of Education and local boards of education to adopt appropriate rules and policies. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 459 by Representative Pringle regarding the University of South Alabama is referred to the Committee of Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the University of South Alabama to amend Section 1655.2 and 1655.6 Code of Alabama 1975 to revise the membership of the Board of Trustees of the University of South Alabama and to revise notice and other requirements for meetings of the board. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 263 by Representatives Oliver and Wood relating to the 911 Fund is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to the 911 Fund to amend Section 1198 5.2 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for the distribution of monies to local 911 districts, to allocate revenue to administer a state 911 voice and data system, and designate uses for remaining funds, and to make non-substantive technical revisions to update the existing code language to the current style. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 461 by Representatives Allman and Collins regarding the Alabama Educational Television Foundation Authority is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Relating to the Alabama Educational Television Foundation Authority to amend Section 16785 Code of Alabama 1975 to authorize the Alabama Educational Television Foundation Authority to use funds to secure additional funding. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 86 by Representative Collins regarding rural health care is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Regarding rural health care to provide for funding of rural general acute care, critical access, and rural emergency hospitals by creating the Rural Hospital Investment Program, to establish the Rural Hospital Investment Program Board to administer the program, to provide for state income, excise, premium, and utility tax credits in exchange for donations to rural general acute care, critical access, and rural emergency hospitals, and to provide for coordination with the Alabama Department of Revenue. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 323 by Representative Givens regarding transportation is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Energy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to transportation to amend Section 32929 Code of Alabama 1975 to exempt electric utility commodities and equipment from oversized annual permitting requirements. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 392 by Representative Pettis and others regarding Lauderdale County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation with notice and proof. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
All right, Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Lauderdale County to provide for annual supplemental compensation for the Chief Assistant District Attorney and 3 Assistant District Attorneys for the 11th Judicial Circuit. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 144 by Representative Robbins regarding to mechanics liens on aircrafts is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to mechanics liens on aircrafts to specify that a person who contributes certain materials, labor, or other services to an aircraft has a mechanics lien on the aircraft, to provide that the lien shall be subordinate to certain previously perfected security interests, to authorize the holder of the lien to record the lien with the Federal Aviation Administration, and to authorize the holder of the lien to record the lien on certain aircraft with the Alabama Secretary of State. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 407 by Representative Ingram relating to local redevelopment authorities is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to local redevelopment authorities to amend Section 1192C-8 Code of Alabama regarding the powers of a local redevelopment authority to authorize the authority to require a payment in lieu of tax for transient occupancy tax and to require these authorities to report certain payments in lieu of taxes to the Department of Revenue. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 428 by Representative Lee regarding Houston County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, request the title be read.
Secretary, read the title.
Relating to Houston County to further provide for the sale or redemption of lands for taxes. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 181 relating to the practice of respiratory therapy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, I move to concur with the House.
Mr.
All right.
President,
Senator Smithman.
I'd be recognized to speak.
All right, you're recognized.
What's my time limit I have on this?
Normal debate.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. Do we have any pages in here? I need to get a copy of this bill, is what I'm trying to get. Senator, would you like to, if you'd like to tell me, refresh me a little bit about what this bill is all about?
Sure. This is part of the military package that deals with license reciprocity.
I know what you mean.
For the respiratory therapist to be able to work with other states.
Get somebody to get one for me. It deals with, you said reciprocity. Can you tell me best you can what you mean by that?
All right. So when neighboring states have similar professions that are licensed in each state, so when our military men and women get transferred from one state to another, they don't have to go through the whole licensing process again. And so if it's similar to ours and we have an agreement with that state, then we recognize theirs and they recognize ours so that they can continue, they can get right to operating and going to work. That helps our service member men and women out so that they can start earning that additional income right away.
Is there a particular category of license that this applies to? You understand what I mean? Just like real estate license, accountant license, teaching license, nurse's license?
Yeah, so this is dealing with the respiratory therapist and
so is there any areas that is exempt from being covered under this particular bill?
I'm not aware of any, Senator. Senator is going to get me a copy as well.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
But no, this should be where it's just an interaction between from state to state, and it'll take care of anybody that comes in and moves out. Anybody that's in that respiratory therapy field, as long as they have the license and go through the education process in whatever state that they're in, they'll go through that training, get the education that they need in the college classes that they need, and go through the medical procedures. Education that they need to be actively licensed in whatever state it is, whether it be Georgia or another state, and they will continue to occupy that location in that state. They'll have the continuing ed and keep those things up and meet their license requirement in that state. And then whenever they are moved or transferred and come to the state of Alabama, And the state has got a license agreement, reciprocity agreement with Alabama. Then they don't have to go back and go to college all over again and go and get those licenses again. Now, they would still have to pay the Alabama licensing fees. And if there's any continuing education difference that we have versus what they have, wherever they're coming from, they would take that education certificates and get those applied. Anything that they're missing, they would have to get here and then to meet the requirements for their license. So it's a good program. You know, it helps our military out. The military helps us be one of those most friendly military states. Again, it takes care of our servicemen members in a good way. And thank you, sir. And keeps everybody on the same page there.
Is there any kind of in-cammering or some kind of review of those degrees that when people are transferring that we are going to give I'm like you, I hope I said it right, reciprocity to their license? And I say that because, you know, I know just taking the medical profession, there are some people who go to school down like in the Virgin Islands, somewhere like that, and take, you know, or in probably Mexico or somewhere like that. And then, you know, that's what I'm getting at. We don't have, I guess we don't have the information to substantiate whether or not, we are not the accrediting board, this state, this country. So the question lies is that, you know, is there any safeguards so that we don't get somebody who came from really a non-accredited school by our standards? I know they're going to say it's accredited there, but by our standards, is there any process, to your knowledge, that exists to ensure that that does not happen?
Yes, sir, there is. So the state that they would be currently licensed in, that state has already had the documentation to get them adequately licensed in that state. That state's requirements would be very similar to what our states would be. So it would prevent your mail order, so to speak, degrees and those type of things. Are coming from a country to where the training is substandard, it would still have to meet the requirements that you would if you were to be licensed in our state, for example. The criteria would be very much the same. So you wouldn't have to worry about those that maybe were in a different country, third world country or whatever, that had some type of medical school, but it didn't meet the American Medical Association requirements, for example, or any of the licensing requirements. They also would have to be insurable. So when they come to our state, they would also have to be bondable and insured as well. And so that's another burden of proof that they have to provide to make sure they have the adequate training to practice in Alabama. And I think that helps us keep our state's reputation well, to make sure our citizens are getting the care that they need, the quality of care they expect from their professionals. And it also works well with the states that we have the reciprocal agreements with, to make sure that we're all on the same page. And I think that for a region anyway, that gives us a much better medical practice in this case for our entire region, not just for Alabama. And I think that helps the quality of care rise in our particular states and our areas. The other thing that kind of goes along with that pretty well is that anytime you have a change in education processes of these respiratory therapists, anytime there is change that changes that standard, that raises that standard on any of the reciprocal states to where they have to meet that standard as well.
Now, you said something that sparked a thought in my mind when you said the quality and the consistency in our region.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll stand corrected in this statement that I'm gonna make, because it's my perception. Okay, I got a little understanding, but I don't have it clear, and that's this. First of all, let me stop for a minute, first of all, and tell you, I'm gonna make a statement about what your bill is trying to do, okay?
Yes, sir.
I think that is a good thing. I said it sincerely. I think that our lieutenant governor has been the champion for trying to include our military to make sure that this is a state that's very receptive to the military. I think that he should be commended for it. I've had an opportunity, he's given me an opportunity to sponsor one of the bills that we had in that package of bills, and I want to commend him on that. I want to make that very clear, that in terms of what we are trying to do, you know, at the proper time, so you'll know that.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to vote for it. You know, so I just want to say that clear. So this is not, my questions is not the position that I don't support it.
I understand.
But I do want to say this, on that note, what we just talking. It's my understanding that if a person, for instance, is a nurse, that every state in the United States does not do what we are doing for the military. Now, I stand to be corrected. You know, I'm not putting a bet on it, but it's my understanding because, see, I have a daughter, my middle daughter. She is a traveling nurse. And I remember she was talking about going somewhere. You remember when we had the COVID thing, they want nurses from everywhere.
Yes,
people needed, and she was contacted so many times about that. And she did some of that, you know, but it seems like to me it's something she told me about that it didn't transfer. Now, I know as lawyers, it does not transfer from state to state. You have to connect yourself if you haven't been licensed in that state, particular state. You have to connect yourself with local counsel to be able to work in unison to get done what you have to get done. So it seems like to me that in this case with the military, that wouldn't apply, especially in this state. I don't know if every state has done that, but this state. So I see the value of it, but I would think the same thing that you said, that if you pass, just like a lawyer, you pass the bar in this state, you should be able to practice anywhere. Now, the first thing the person would say, well, there are some differences in their laws than exactly in ours. Well, that may be true, but the multi-state is a national test that everybody take it. So I would think in that situation that if you would require, lack of a better word, require a CLE in that state law and you successfully complete that, you should be able to go on and practice. You know, because you have all the other prerequisites. The multi-state is national, everybody take it. And so from that, the only issues that you have different is whatever that state law is. So I'll say that I think that it's a great idea that we would do our military people that way, because it's one thing about them. They don't have a choice if they're in the military. If you get some orders and they tell you you're in Arkansas, and they say, report to Maxwell, this is your assignment, they gotta go.
That's right.
They have to go. So under those situations, a lot of them have to just pull up, not just second, but just pull up their routes, pack or ship their stuff, and light out on the road to get to where they're going. And so that's why I say I think that your bill is a great bill for that purpose, not just only that purpose, for that purpose. But now, when would this bill take effect?
The effective date would be October 1st of this year.
Of this year?
2025, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
And it does a pretty good job. It's very similar to a lot of the other reciprocal agreements that we've done. And I think one of the things that it does too is it increases our attractiveness to military retirees, because when they come from other areas and they come to see what we've got to offer in Alabama, not every state is as military friendly as Alabama is. That's one of the things I'm most proud of our state is. Lieutenant Governor has championed a lot of those bills and legislation and has a mindset that's very friendly to our military. And I think our Senate and House does as well in that. You know, we've got the military bases here, and I'm in the unique position is that I live where we lost a military base. We lost Fort McClellan I think it was 1999, and I've seen how devastating that is to lose a military base that takes up and really just kills the local economy. In our particular case, when it closed, we weren't sure how we were going to survive economically. It was such a large part of the area. And it is only now, after all these years, starting to recover. And so you have a huge economic impact there. But the other thing is there's a lot of those individuals that were stationed here during that time that really love the lifestyle that you have in Alabama. You know, we kind of get a bad rap from some of the larger cities and larger states about our state and how we choose to live here. But there's absolutely nowhere else I would rather live than right here. The quality of life, the value system that we have. And, you know, we have a tragedy happen in our state. Neighbor rallies to help neighbor.
That's true.
Whatever things that they have that they're upset about, they set those things aside because that gets to what's real. And that's caring for our neighbors and taking care of each other. So I think when the military are in our state, they see that. And so they really want to come back. And you know, yesterday during the military recognition service, we had the gentleman from Mobile that's
right.
Stationed at Fort Rucker. And, you know, he said what a fantastic lifestyle it is to be able to live in Alabama for his children and those types of things. And yet, technically, I guess he would be in Georgia, but that we kind of split that base a little bit right there with that city line. But he talked about the value and the quality of life in Alabama, and it's just not him. You know, he tells other people about that, other soldiers, so it gets them interested in relocating and retiring here. And I was talking about Fort McClellan, and when it lost, we had a lot of retirees in Jacksonville around the university there. The university's greatly benefited from that. Jacksonville State has a lot of professors and all that have been former military and did their time, but chose to come back because of those things. And I think a lot of things like these reciprocity agreements, they make it a little more advantageous for them to come back, because they can come back and the spouse can go right to work. And when we have these agreements with these surrounding states, it makes it a good difference, because then, like you were talking about with your daughter, you know, it's traveling nurses, and there was a big need, huge need for that. So that allows them to go from state to state. You know, they have their training proved, they have their licensing proved, and I think most of the time on some of those things, there's a permitting process, but it's fairly simple. They don't have to go and start all over again like you would if you were going to a state that wasn't participating in something like this.
Well, a clear example of what you were saying about neighbors, helping neighbors, and that aspect that you said just a few minutes ago was a clear example. The young lady, I think, misstepped, you know, the one to the office right outside before you go through the main doors to the right. She misstepped, and you had these gentlemen who were doing their job up here. You had the secretary doing his job. You had a couple of senators, and I call it caucusing.
Yeah.
They were caucusing, and you had me here at the mic. And all of us broke over there to see what help we could give, although she got back up. But I'm just saying that was natural. Now, not a one of it, all of us hesitate to think about where they ought to go over there.
That's
Just
right.
everybody just turned and went. And that's the spirit, I think, that when you were talking about neighbors, living here, that is the spirit. I'll tell you point blank, I've had the opportunity to be in many states, and there's nothing negative about this state or that state, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't have any intentions of moving from Alabama. You know, I like the climate, I like the people, You know, I just, the environment, it's reasonable opportunities to do different things. You may can't do everything that you desire to do, but there's some opportunities to do things, you know.
You're right. This makes me think of something that happened years ago. There was one of our counties that were trying to decide whether they were going to go wet or dry. I had a referendum to do that. And in the New York Times, there was an opinion article about the backstreet people, and it was very negative on Alabama. And you know, we see that a lot from people that are ignorant about the quality of life and the people here. They have a perception that's not accurate. And I read that opinion piece, and it was something a couple of days, it just got to gnawing on me a little bit, got to getting to me. And I got just really fired up. So I wrote an opinion piece back. And I stated that that's a rural county. Do you have any counties in New York that you can go and leave your door unlocked? How about the murder rate? They haven't had a murder in 20 years.
Yeah,
How many of you had? And I went down a laundry list of that thing, and I sent it in. I felt better.
Yeah.
You know, I never thought it would be published, and I've got a political friend there. And about 2 weeks later, he called and he says, man, I love that article that was in the paper. I'd already forgotten about it by that point. And they published it. He said, you know, there's a lot of folks we're talking about. You guys must have a really good life down there in Alabama. I said, we do. We do. I said, when you take everything and you count it out, cost of living, you know.
Yeah.
They want to say, you know, the wages, you know, are a little lower than from where they're at. But if you take into account the other factors and the cost of living, you can't beat it. You can't beat it.
You can.
And that's even, you know, just like the example you were given a while ago, you know, people here put their personal interest aside and they'll go and try to help their fellow folks. Back when those string of tornadoes came through Alabama a few years ago, it's probably been more than a few now, you know, it tore up Tuscaloosa and some of the other counties. And I was fortunate enough to get Lowe's to donate several trailer loads.
That's good.
We donated, we had those set up at different points along that tornado path. And we just loaded up trucks and went out into the country and had tarps and things like that and just asked people what they need and handed it to them. And you had a lot of those folks that weren't waiting on the insurance adjusters because it was so much damage. Mm-hmm. They were just jumping in there helping each other. And I think that's the spirit we have.
It is. It is. It is. Now, when you said something that sparked, don't need to talk to you.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that makes it important too, is when you have that quality of life that we have, and when you have those things going on that give us that, I think a lot of people are somewhat envious of that. But I think that's where you have your values set and decide how you want to live. And that's one of the things I think that's most attractive to our military, and we can never do enough for our military. You know, just losing Fort McClellan alone, it took that community many years to recover, and it's not completely recovered now. And so we've got to do everything we can to protect our military bases, and I think that's something that we owe them. And whenever those service members go in there, it's not just them, it's their families. And so they have that to deal with, and then moving from state to state, it costs them a good bit. And they do get some remuneration for some of that, but not enough for what it is. And if you've never lost a military base, it is really horrible on the local economic impact. And we had over 5,500 families that left our area at that time. And for a smaller area like the Calhoun County area, that's a major loss when you consider that many families leaving in just a matter of just a few months. And the financial impact is really huge. We had businesses to lose. We had, and they didn't mothball the military base. They just slowly started to shut it down. So the ones that had bought homes and were renting homes, you know, they've got no money to help them recover like they would have if they'd have done what they call an official shutdown, just mothballing. And so it put them in a financial bind. And so many of them were underwater in those loans. So we had to adapt, and a lot of those that had home mortgages wound up leasing those. And then with so many gone, they were leasing them for less than what their mortgage payments were just to try to hang on and save their credit. And so when they got through with, getting transferred out, they had to suffer for a long time before they could even sell that home and break even on it. And, we're very fortunate to have GI Bill and things like that assist them. But when you have something like that happens, it has a tremendous effect, not just on the local economy, but also on the local school system. And I think that's one of the things that really hurt the area. The city of Jacksonville had a lot of the military kids their parents were stationed there. And it really had a big blow on them. And the Sac school system, Alexandria and Weaver, they're all located right there close by. And it really had a tremendous effect on those school systems. So with that, we had the loss of revenue in that area on the economic impact. So it really made it hard to keep those buildings up for a long time. And we had to float some bond issues to get some of those, the repairs and things that they needed. But that was an experience I don't think I'll ever forget. And then on the heels of it, not much longer than that, we had the Monsanto had a chemical spill there, and PCBs were detected. And so on the heels of losing Fort McClellan, we had to go ahead and deal with that. And that was another effect in many ways just like that. So that's a lot to take on a small community like that. And, it's hard for a small community to take and recover from not just the military base, but the Monsanto PCBs as well. So something like this really helps for an area like that to recover.
It's people don't know people who don't know the impact of a community, which is their lifeline, like you say, in the military bases, and those people and those opportunities for jobs. The spin-off jobs.
That's right.
They don't realize that when you lose something like that, then it's detrimental. It's like not a death sentence, but it's a close one. It puts them on what they call a life preserve.
Yeah.
It puts them on a life preserve when it comes to that. Now, you said an interesting word, and I'm gonna get back on this.
Yes.
But when you said that people moved down here, and a lot of retired military people. Well, that remind me of us. I mean, I know it's going to take courage from the majority. I know that.
That's right.
But it's about time for legislators to have some kind of retirement. And I said that because last week we had a guest here visiting us. It was the New Jersey Legislative Black Caucus. They came to Alabama for a week, and they landed in Birmingham, and they went through all the historical places and things that we have, from the Civil Rights Institute to 16th Street Baptist Church, where the 4 little girls were bombed, to the Kelly Ingram Park, where the hoses and the dogs were sick on, black people, where Bull Connor put them in jail. I'm just saying they came to visit those.
Yeah.
And then they left there and they came to Montgomery, and the different things that Montgomery and their involvement in those activities. Then they left and went to Selma to cross the bridge and to all those, the trail. They went down what's called a Civil Rights Trail, and went all the way down. And I actually think they went down to Mobile for some reason, down in that area. I don't know why or where, and maybe going to Blackberry, but they went there. But one of the things that fascinated me about them is, I'm going to say it just like this. I asked them, I said, how much do you all make? And I think the lady told me that they had just got an increase, and they were making $80,000 a year. And I think she told me something about they're part-time like us. In fact, they're more part-time than we are. Okay? And she talked about, I think they got a retirement. Then they get something like $100 and something thousand for individually. It must be the senators, but individually to man and staff their local office for that individual senator. Okay? Now imagine that. New Jersey, a state smaller than us. That's why I use them. Smaller than us. But they recognize that you need that, and we do need that.
Absolutely.
Because you take this sheet right here. Let me tell you what we are doing. Here, we have 40 lawyers downstairs. We are asking 40 lawyers to accommodate 140 legislators.
It's a pretty tall task.
So they have how many that is? 3 and about a third legislators, if you split them up, that they got to work for. Okay, plus whatever assignments that they have, down there that they normally do, and other than those particular things. Yet these people have a whole staff at home. They services that we have. It's time for us to not be, I can't think of any other word, but scared to look out for our own necessities that we need. You can't imagine how long it's been since I've been preaching something that we finally are gonna do. If you look around this state, from up in my area in Hoover, where we built this humongous forensic science facility, that you'll look, I could name several of our facilities and things we've done. We've been dishing out hundreds of millions of dollars since I've been here to help everybody in the world. And we over here in a building that's flooding out. I can tell you, because on 3rd floor, if it was flooded like I don't know what, that I had someone who works on this floor, not one of us in here and not none of them, but somebody on this floor told me yesterday, who works here, that they said that you would be afraid to peel back behind some of this stuff.
No telling what's back there.
Well, they started out with mold.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what they started out with. Okay, so yes, we are now working toward getting another facility. But my point is that look how long it took for us. We act like we have to apologize for doing for our own selves, and that shouldn't be. Here's a clear example right here. And I support it. We're gonna do for our military, which we should.
That's right.
But yet we won't do for ourselves. I mean, it's no prohibition because you're an elected person not to provide the resources and the necessary assistance that you need to be as efficient as you need to be in this job. But somehow we've got this notion that it's wrong if we talk about a retirement. How dare you? Okay? How dare you talk about the fact that we need to get out more money in our budgets so that senators can have that additional staff, so they can have an office back at home, because that's where all the 150,000 people we represent live.
That's right.
We talk about offices here. How many of them 150,000 people gonna come down here? A handful of them. If they don't have an issue, they ain't coming. So I mean, that's what has puzzled me. I'm not going to even talk about the fact what we had and we decided to reject it after we got it. That's another conversation. But I'm just talking about where we are right now. What's the day? The 8th or the 9th? 9th. Day is 4/9. Is it? Yeah. It's Wednesday, yes, right?
Yeah.
789-49-2025. And we sitting up here still talking about something that we should have addressed years ago. But they're hesitant to address it because somehow that ain't right. To be able to have the necessary tools to do the job, to be proficient in it. See, I don't know, I just take this for instance. You probably own 5, 6 committees or whatever those numbers. Just take the date. Take how many bills were on each one of those agendas. How in the world, that's just the ones you own. It's some you're not on.
That's right.
How are we going to expect people downstairs to be able to quick from a day to day? I mean, after all, we got the agenda, last night or early this morning or whenever.
Early this morning.
Yeah, how are we going to expect them from early this morning at 3:45 to do every one of those bills and to do that? And you said, why are you saying that? Because that's the comeback you're going to get. I've received that. Well, you got staff. You got down there. They can't physically do all of that fast. But if you got your staff, okay, and that's all that they work on, just those things that you are doing, then they're going to give you a breakdown of what those bills are composed of. But right now, you've got to rely on the people who want the bill to tell you whether it's something in a bill that they want you to work with, whether something that's not good in there. I'm not going to ask you to answer this, but I'm just going to ask the question. How many times have people walked in your office and said, Senator, I'm pushing this bill right here, but let me tell you what's bad about it. I don't have nobody coming there and say it like that to me.
Yeah.
You know, they're not like that. You know, so that's all that I'm saying. We just don't. We are like we can't help ourselves.
Yeah.
And yeah, I realize that you're gonna probably get somebody out there say something negative or whatever like that, but you're gonna have people say things that's not favorable about some other things. If it's something they want and you're not doing what they want, then they're gonna say something unfavorable. You know, and that's just the way life is, but that's the way it is. So I'm bringing it back to this bill to say that it's a good thing that we got enough courage to do this for our military people. It's a good thing that I know you had to be part of it, to be a part of making sure that we do, because you're the sponsor, that we do the things that we are doing now.
I think that is, you know, no matter what you do, you know, a lot of people are going to be negative on it, no matter what you say. So, you know, that comes with the territory, and you got to know that. But when you've got bills and things to do, you got to be able to do your homework. And that does, I mean, it takes time to do that. You know, just like what you're talking about with the legal staff downstairs, you know, where would we be without them? Not everybody's like you. We're not all attorneys, you know, and some of these bills that have legal consequences that, you know, are major and have long-reaching effects. So, you know, I think that's something that we tend to overlook sometimes. And, you know, in different areas, sometimes in their local counties, local cities, they've got a legislative office there. And mine, we don't, you know. So what I don't have here, I have to do at home. And actually, sometimes I use my real estate staff to try to help fill those gaps, you know. It's been a pretty busy year in some areas, and we have a development authority there that we had a lot of work to do in getting some property transferred over to the local municipality, and that's been an all-year project there. So we have an awful lot to do, and we try to continue to do that, and that helps us with the transfer with some of the military things as well.
Well, I think that let me. I'm gonna shift a little bit and talk a little bit about the military. You know, once upon a time in my life, I thought that I was going to go into the military. First time, it was not by choice. The second time, it almost was by choice. See, I think this is right, the Vietnam War. I think that's right. But, you know, we had the draft. And I got this notice to come over to our county seat. In fact, I grew up in Shelby County, so it was over in Columbiana. And they had all these people in there who they said had been drafted, and they were going I think they were taking maybe, I'm just guessing, don't hold me to specifics and numbers and that, but I'm doing my guesstimation. They were going to take about 300 people. Could have been 200, about 300. And they had some kind of way, somebody had transpired somewhere from the time they looked at my information to whatever was on this particular paper. They had on there Roger Ian Smillerman. And that person was number 200 and something. Gone.
Long gone.
Gone. So when they got to looking in it, and I showed my ID, when I saw that in, I said, wait a minute. And I pulled out my ID and handed it to them. And they said, you're Roger M. Smillerman, not Ian.
Senator, there's not but one of you.
So they went back and looked, and I was number 600 and something. So I didn't have to go nowhere, but it was just because of that alphabet. Now, fast forward to being in college. Talk to the people in the Navy. Being in college. People said, we're going to bring you on as, I don't know what they call it, first, second, or whatever, but they're going to bring me on as a lieutenant. And I was going to be in the path to be the commander of a ship. Them big old ships. Be a commander of them.
Yep.
Of course, there were circumstances in my family that I decided that was a little more urgent. And I might have talked about it up here, but I'm not here to talk about all of that, but just circumstances like, my father had a stroke. And
That's horrible.
He had a serious stroke. And so I was really taking care of him. And I had a sister who was 7 years younger than me. And I had custody of her. I was taking care of her. Okay.
You had a full plate then, didn't you?
Yeah, I was taking care of her as well. So, I had things situated. Don't get me wrong, that I probably could have done. And I had some other relatives. I think I could have got it. But once I sat there and analyzed that I wouldn't have had the flexibility if something had happened. Should have let you come home on leave or something. But see, sometimes you might have to come home and stay a while to stabilize things. And and now I'm glad that I made that decision.
You had everything on your shoulders then.
I did. And so I was glad, though, that I made the decision not to, because, God has blessed me to be able to make it and
That's right.
be here. But getting back to the military, I was getting ready to command me a ship. And the thing that I didn't want to do, though, I did not want to go, after they explained to me, on submarine duty. Because these people, I'm just guessing, they be underwater for months. And I'm down there in a little can, that's what I call it, underwater and all that pressure down there, and you
Take
eat,
some guts.
and you eating them, I call rations. They probably do have a kitchen that they cook on the boat, but I'm sitting there thinking about that, and that's about as bad as them people in space. I said, I cannot see how they can stay up there, just two people all that time floating around.
That's got to work on you a little bit, I think.
Yes, it would me. I be want to go. I got to move around. I want to go do things. If it ain't never walk out in the sun somewhere.
That's right.
That's what I did today. I came out the building. I just walked in the sun. I ain't going headed nowhere. I just want some air. I just wanted to vitamin D. I just wanted to enjoy the sun. They go back to when I first got here. Tell you a little quick story about being a senator. The first day, it was on a Tuesday, and we came in here, and about I'll say about 5:30 or 6, I went in the break room back there, and I looked out the window, and this is what I said. I said, this is a great job, great opportunity to help people.
Yeah.
I said, but it's on the one thing that nobody told me. And you know what that was?
What's that?
I said, nobody told me this was evening shift work. I don't like day shift, get off and go do something. I said, man, I'm sitting up in here, it's 7 o'clock, and I'm looking out the one that everybody just had a good time going where they were going. I said, they didn't tell me I was going to be working evenings and nights.
Sometimes it's a little bit of third shift work too, isn't it?
It is. It is. Now, and I mean this, I've been in here numerous times. Of course, they don't do that now. But I've been in numerous times where we've held the clock. That way when I first got in here. They pulled it, they ain't supposed to. Somebody pulled a little plug out.
Yeah.
It ain't midnight yet. It ain't midnight yet, but I've been in here a couple of times. I tell you what a great experience would be. And some of my colleagues who have not experienced this, experience us being here to midnight, and then at 12:05, we have the same process that we had when we started. You had the pledge, you had the flag, pray, you called the roll, we set the special order at like 12:15 a.m. in the morning.
Well, now, Senator, I tell you, I know that would be a fascinating experience to have, but I assure you I have no desire to have that experience. But I'm sure it would be entertaining, and I imagine you've done that before.
Oh,
long as your career's
numerous
been.
times.
Yeah.
I mean, I've slept in here on carts. I've slept in here on carts before.
You take your shoes off?
I don't know. I don't know. And then, I've done it before, and I think that's probably, back then it was something about the quorum call that, I know now it's something about 20 minutes. It's something like that, a procedure about it. You call and people have so much time to get here, or something like that now. But it was once upon a time, you didn't have that time. You had to hustle, you had to get down here. And imagine you in the middle of the night and you might have left the floor and you're gonna go in your office and take some nap at about 11:30, 12, 1:30, or 2 a.m. And then you hear that bell and they talking about quorum call. And boy, you got to hustle and get down. You got to wake up. You got to grab whatever it is, put them shoes on you were talking about, and hustle on down here to answer the quorum call.
You better have gotten a little bit of rest. You're going to have to run then.
That's what I meant. Some of my colleagues haven't experienced all of that. But that's a great experience to your endroit of being a legislator. That meant you going back to old school. We've been going back to the way it used to be. Yes. In terms of those things. So I just think it'll be a good experience. I'm not saying that's something we ought to do all the time. I mean, I don't mind it, but cause see.
Well, now you're a coach though. I mean, you're ready. You got the tennis shoes on.
Yeah.
You're decked out for it. You're ready for it. A lot of us aren't.
Yeah, you are about right about the coaching part. I enjoy that. I think that it's going to be a limited though. At some point, I'll say it here. I'm leaning toward the fact that when my grandson, which is the last grandchild that I have, when he walk out of high school, I'm gonna walk right behind him. He's in 9th grade now. I'm thinking about walking right behind him. When he walks out, I'm gonna walk out and
now you'll be just starting your second childhood by then.
Well, if not that, I'll tell you what, I will be starting a second life simply because my wife is retired. Retired doesn't mean she's not working. She's working.
Oh yeah.
But she doesn't have.
You gotta be careful now. You hang around too much, you get in trouble.
Well, no. Well, we'll tell you that it'll be time for me to give her all that time that I put in coaching. Because she's made that sacrifice for how many years?
That's right.
40, going on 46 years. That's how long I've been married. That's how long I've been coaching. 46 years. So it's the evenings. I'm at the gym. I'm not going out. I'm not doing that. On twice a week, I'm at the gym. I've been at the gym. This is sad what I'm gonna tell you. But I done had games on our wedding anniversary that I got to go to the game first. You know, it just that.
Well, you got a good woman to allow that to happen. I'll
Oh
tell you
yeah.
that.
No, I take her with me. So she got to be with me now. So,
That's right.
Yeah, I take her with me. But you're right about that part. I'm gonna look at now just kind of at least make that time. I've kind of started weaning it off. Now you know when you all became majority, y'all changed one aspect of my life. Okay? Now I'm gonna tell you what that aspect was. See, when we were the majority, the last committee as a general rule, I'm not saying that sometime it didn't happen past that, but see, as a general rule, the last committee meeting was at 1 o'clock, not 3 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Okay, now the advantage with me was that on Wednesdays, I taught constitutional law in law school on Wednesday night. And normal class time was 5 o'clock, but the dean let me make it my class 6 o'clock so I could get in my car after my last committee meeting and drive up to Birmingham. And I'd get there like an hour before time, and I could teach the class. But when you all took over, you bumped it to 3 o'clock. And I know I'm not on the 3 o'clock committee, but I'm on the 2 o'clock one. You know, and so you bumped them there, and it ain't no way I could get back up there. I tried it a couple times. Man, I was, you know, when you get to, if you've gone up to, you know where Alford Avenue is up there?
I do.
Yeah, okay. Well, imagine this. I'm trying to get to Fairfield, and you got that, because it's later, I got that 5 o'clock traffic. So I got to get off of Alford. I can't even get down into Birmingham. I got to get off at Alford, come across down Shades Crest, and Shades Crest, and then go through that way, Shannon, go all the way back across to get to Fairfield through that way because of the traffic. I was finding all kind of routes and things, and after 25 years of teaching, I said, well, I can't, I just can't do that, because I didn't want to be running the class late. It always was an hour from that time.
How many kids do you think you've taught over the years?
I mean, I've taught over the years. Ooh, if I had to guess the size, I would say if you multiply, I'm an average. You multiply 15 times 25, because I taught 25 years.
Yeah.
So if you multiply 15 students times 25, I will tell you this much, in our present circuit, you know, in Jefferson County, it probably more than that, but 9 of our judges, I was a constitutional law professor, you know, so.
That's quite a legacy.
9 of my was. In fact, I was before one Monday. I had to go to court Monday. I was before one Monday. And she just got elected. And so the first time I came before, and when I walked in the door, she just started smiling, laughing at me, smiling, you know. And I told her, I said, hey, you look good sitting up there, you know. And she was smart as a whip, too. That's why she's a judge. She was smart as a whip, you know, and so.
Well, you helped her get there, though.
Well, I tried a little bit, a little contribution.
Any cases, everything that she does is good. You had a little part in that.
Well, I smiled anyway. I'm real proud of her. But so, you know, it's a lot of them, you know. In fact, you know, our DA, I taught him in law school. Not only that, though, I was his high school AAU coach.
So you taught the DA and the judge.
Mm-hmm. Judges too.
So when they do battle, you got to win no matter what. There, don't you?
No, it has a reverse effect a lot of times, and in that because they want to make sure that they are not, they go too far the other way.
I got
you. know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there ain't no advantages because they'll go too far because they want to make sure that they're down the middle. And when you sometimes overcompensate the other way, you know, and so I mean they kind of see it and then it balances, you know, but no, it doesn't go the other way. I'm tell the world, they this is what they supposed to be. You know, they right down the middle as judges and just listen to both sides. But they're smart though. They're very smart people.
Well, you know, that's kind of what they're supposed to do, I think, is go go down the middle, listen to both sides, and look at the law and make the best decision for what they heard and make that determination. And
How much time I got? Huh? 6.5 minutes. I got 6.5. So I'll still feel like talking a little bit more. Okay. Mr. Oh, I didn't even know we had a new man up there. Yeah, I got to keep my eyes on that Mr. President right there, because he's swift. That's a swift man right there, smart and swift. So but that's why I better do this 6 minutes. Mr. President, I would like to yield, if I may, to Senator Singleton.
Go ahead, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, at this point, I would like to start my own hour.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Start your first hour.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. And at any point you want to come, you can come. Okay. Or you want to start right now to finish your thoughts out. Well, come on. No. Mr. President, I would like to yield to the gentleman from Jefferson on my time without losing my time of motion.
Right. Senator Smitherman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. I almost joined the reserve too. I really did. I almost joined the reserve. I think the world of people in the reserve. I mean, because for them to make a commitment to our country, and I've seen more than enough times that we'll call up the reserve in a heartbeat. I mean, that reserve is nothing but just soldiers who can go home.
they got to be ready all the time.
All the time.
Can't beat that.
You can't beat that. And so just like this bill that you have now, anything that we can do to help them, I want you to know I'm all in.
Yes, sir.
And I tell people in those kind of situations is that you don't have to convince me. Just tell me what we're trying to do. If I can help you, I'm gonna do it. That's the level I am at trying to help our veterans. Because they paid the price.
That's it.
They paid the ultimate sacrifice of their families, their life, and their time. And I heard something yesterday, I think, and I think it's I can't think of what he's the commander. It wasn't Fort Benning, was it? The guy that was talking about Fort Benning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fort Benning.
Yeah, I think he was the one. He said that we train to fight and protect this country.
That's right.
Yeah, I think he said something like, he said, that's what we do. He said, we train for combat and for battle. And for them to make that their center point of their lives of training and their focus mentally and physically to be able to do that speaks a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm telling you something, as you're talking, sometimes things kind of pop up in your mind. Well, this just popped up in my mind, and I'm not going to elaborate it on a long period of time, but I got to elaborate a little bit.
Go for it.
Okay. I was sitting down there, and if you remember, there was a young lady who was, do you remember what she was over? It was the one that spoke right before him. Anybody remember that? But I'm going to tell you, they talking about putting their life on the line. They talking about preparing to protect this country. They talking about they're over people that they train and preparing people for battle so that all of us can have the freedoms that we have. Okay? And when I sat down there and looked at all those military people down there, I got to see it. I'm sorry. I got to see it. I saw DEI. That's what I saw sitting down there.
Yeah.
And it's all right to go out and give your life for the purpose of DEI, because that's what that is. And I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with it neither. My point, I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying, I'm using my own words. That's the rope-a-dope game. We don't want DEI in the colleges, but it's all right to get out there and give your life and die. the same thing in schools. It ain't all right to have some organization that's going to help somebody that may fall in the category of DEI. But it's all right for those athletes to go out there and make millions and millions and millions for these universities. I put it like this. If that ain't DEI, I don't know what it is. Okay? So if we're going to do the DEI in the schools, let's do it, don't be selective. Because that's all that was selective. If you're going to do it, do it. But you know what's going to happen? You remember John Stallworth?
Absolutely.
John Stallworth where he go to school?
He went here in Alabama.
Alabama A&M.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, A&M. So my point I'm making, under the name of DEI, send all our athletes back to HBCUs. And they gonna be pros like John Stallworth at a HBCU. I don't know what's gonna be at our major universities. It's not for me to say. But I know the John Stallworths, the Carl Elliots, Doug Williams, who won the Super Bowl MVP,
one of my favorite
went to
players.
Grambling, HBCUs. What'll happen is that HBCU will be among your top ranking teams in Division I at that point. Because all of the Jalen Hurts, all of them athletes that you're talking about that went to these schools, Cam Newton, all of them will be at HBCUs. So if you want DEI, fine. But don't selectively have DEI. Shannon Sharp. Don't selectively have it. If that's what you want, that means fine. But let's let these young men go to these HBCUs, same majors, information, I'm using, I think it's right, information technology that's at South Alabama.
Yeah.
That's at the University of Mobile. It's the same information technology that's up here at Alabama A&M. That's my whole point. Yeah, Michael Strahan, who you see on TV, HBCU. I mean,
that's some big time names right there.
I'm telling you. So, and under DEI, if we do it like that, folk won't, we gonna have some more big time people. So the millions that they making, it's gonna now have to be shared with HBCUs because they got the level of athletes that the TV gonna want to see these athletes. See, so I'm just making a point. I know I'm kind of moving a little past your bill, but I was talking about it in military, and the bill, which is germane. I was talking about them downstairs from when I went there yesterday. So that's what I'm saying. That doesn't fit. It doesn't fit that you don't want the little clubs and stuff. You don't want the school to help people, but you want these people to help the school, and you want them to help those institutions. Yeah. Now, there's ain't nothing right about trying to have a cake and eat it too, both opposite ways. Either you're sincere about this DEI thing, or you're sincere about making it money, and you're sincere about having safety. You're sincere about people going to war, and you're about that. If that's the case, then, DEI, don't send them folks to war. Let them stay at home. Because you don't want everybody, you see what I'm getting at? I hope you do.
Yeah.
That's all that I'm just saying. That's trying to trick folks and fool folks and play games and talk. Remember I was growing up, they say you're talking out the side of your mouth.
Yeah, I've heard that my whole life.
That's the side of the mouth. I'm talking straight out my mouth, but those kind of things are talking out the side of your mouth.
Don't leave any doubt about it that way.
That's all that I'm saying. That's all, I think that, and I say it every so often because you know, I think that it's important that we understand the value of all our citizens and not isolate, eliminate, put obstacles in the way of all our citizens to be all that they can be. That's my whole point there, to be all they can be. I'm disappointed in a lot of our universities, and I'm disappointed in them not because they follow what the law is here, but the law here didn't say anything about, I'll give you an example. If they taught about how to deal with, we're just gonna use this word. If those diversity, equity, and inclusion committees taught those people who were affected or who was in that organization how to deal with biases, how to react to biases, all right? If they taught that there's no reason that the universities cannot put a sign up outside of the Student Union Center say that we're going to have a seminar today to all students.
Leave it open to all.
All students, big old all in capital, regarding those same issues. Who come will come. And most likely, the people who was in the in that group will be the most of them there, but it's not just for them. That's all that university has to do. It ain't no law, ain't no nothing that stopped them from having programs for every student on campus. It may only be a selected group that come to the program, but that's no different now. If you've been to country and western music at a concert, I'm gonna ask you just like this, don't have to answer it. You could probably put on two hands the folk that look like me that's up in there. Now, I'm gonna flip the script. You get a rap artist, you'll see more than 10, but you'll probably see 10% of the people that look like you and 90% of the people look like me. They ain't got nothing to do with no DEI. The thing was open to everybody. Everybody could come. Whoever bought tickets or whoever wanted to come could come. That's not to stop at our universities from having the same activities and making them known and published for everybody in the student body to come. Same thing when you go to that football game. Everybody can go. It ain't just a football game for this group, that group, or anything. Everybody can go.
Need to have everybody there.
Say what now?
It's always good when you can have everybody there.
That's right. And and even if our Army does not practice this DEI, I know they tried to drag them into it, take the pictures down at the Pentagon, all that old stuff. But when they get down to what them folk were talking about downstairs yesterday, they ain't thinking about no DEI. Real stuff, the freedoms that we have. And everybody is chipping in. Everybody in this country is chipping in so that this country can be saved and this country can be protected and we can have all the freedoms that we have right now. And I think that that's what this bill is trying to do, is to open us up. One of those people yesterday, I remember now, as I just keep talking about it, they was in charge of Maxwell. The guy, because he said that if you don't get customer service, let him know because they're supposed to greet you with a very warm welcome. Now, that was Fort Benning. Okay. She was delayed to Maxwell. Okay. At Fort Benning, I stand corrected. At Fort Benning, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, See that? Thank you. And he from Mobile. Now, I ain't see nobody standing up there. You know, we had some big time people in there.
Absolutely.
They had some bunch of stars and stripes and stuff. Them big old stars. It looked like they were generals. Didn't we have a couple of generals in there?
We did. They don't give those stars out too easy.
And I ain't see them. I didn't see them in there complaining and talking about DEI. They're talking about saving lives. They wasn't thinking about no DEI. That wasn't even on their mind. If they didn't care what their platoon was made up of. They wanted to make sure they had a solid platoon that was trained, that could provide the services that we need, and to do whatever else that we need to get done. And so for that, they'll be commended. I have the opportunity to support them in any way I can. I'm gonna do that. Now I'm gonna tell you about an experience that I had. This is true. Hey, you see, I'm kind of talking to my colleagues.
Absolutely.
Without talking to them on a few things.
Is that a slide of mouth, slide of hand,
slide in
slide
there.
of mouth?
Back in the day, when we were the majority, when we went on exploratory missions, whether it be for economic recruitment, whether it be to assist military or anything, we would take a bipartisan group. And a bipartisan group wasn't one person from our side. And I can call some names out who I went with. Let's start out with the late, great Senator Larry Dixon. Let's start out with our rules chair, okay? All of us together, okay? And it wasn't just me from the majority side. They were on the minority side.
You just got a group together then.
Yeah, because we went together. I don't see that now. I see little alienation of one side group going and grabbing maybe one of us to come along under the name that we bringing up both sides. See, it didn't used to be like that. It was really a truly bipartisan representation from sides. Now, having gone on one of those, I'm gonna tell you an experience about the military. What they did was the military took us out to the airport and you had to be debriefed on a Sunday. They had done an intelligence report on everybody who was supposed to go. Not really. And so I was sitting in there, and it was about 50 of us, legislators, military people, business people, and they were giving a report. So when it got to me, you know, in that, I assume he was a general. I know he was over the mission.
He was a big dog.
Big dog. He told me, he said, he called my name, and then he called this particular corporal. And he told this corporal, he said, on this mission, I want you to stay with the senator. And so I asked him, I said, why did you assign him to me? And he said that it was because, how did he put it? I'm gonna just try to say it in another way. He said, because you're not gonna feel much, and there's some things that's dangerous out there that you need to be aware that you probably need to not fear it, but you need to be cognizant of what's going on with you. Now, remind you, one of the places we went to was Germany, okay?
Germany.
And, yep, we went to Stuttgart, and we went to several places in Germany, where, you know, and whatnot related to what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And the guy told me that was gonna be some activity. I won't talk about it up here, but it was some activity, and for my safety, they wanted this person to go with me. And he went with me. And surely he informed me we need to leave, you know. And sure enough, it was a reasonable time after we left, what he said would happen was going to happen. Now, we leave there and go to, I think, Belgium, the country Belgium. And I think I got my country right. That's where Rhinestone Air Force Base is located. I think I'm right. And so I got a chance to go to Rhinestone.
I've always heard Belgium was beautiful.
So what now?
I've always heard that Belgium was beautiful.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Well, that might have been in Germany. Is Rhinestone in Germany? Rhinestone is in Germany. Yeah, I was in Germany when I was at Rhinestone.
I got you.
And that's the same thing. You know, he had to tell me about this situation and that situation and whatnot. Now, the greatest experience that I've had in that with the military and doing that, imagine this. I had the opportunity, and I've had more than once, I think a couple times, I had the opportunity to go to NATO.
Wow.
NATO.
That's pretty cool.
I sat at the horseshoe table, what you see on TV. I had a chance to, and you talking about feeling it, man. You want to feel how the military, you want to feel what they do right there.
You were ready, wasn't you?
It was. I had a chance to go to England and review our security system in that part of the world. And I'm telling you all of this to tell you how connected I am and understanding of what you're doing and how I'm committed to it. But because I had to see all these people at work.
You know it firsthand then.
Firsthand. Yeah. I had a chance firsthand to see that. Now, I'm going to tell you a funny experience. One of those trips, the one we went to England, Romania, and then Belgium, okay? When we got off the plane in England, in Romania, the military surrounded the plane. That was for our protection.
Oh, okay.
Now, when you got us, we
scared me there for a minute.
Oh, for our protection. And then they took us to the embassy, to the palace. You know, they got a palace there. That's kind of like the embassy too, whatever it was. But they took us there.
Uh-huh.
And when we was on the bus, you know how you had this military people. You've seen on TV where they stand up like this with the gun. That's the way they were. And so they were there for the protection doing things. So when we got on the bus, one of them, there was more than one person, but this person got on the bus, and I was sitting up front. And we going through that, and I'm looking out the window, and this is what I asked him. I said, where are the dogs? You know how you see dogs running somewhere? I said, where are the dogs? And the man looked at me, had that hat on. He just looked at me like he said, you will see dog.
Somebody let the dogs out.
It's worse than that. So we go to this place, and I'm just exaggerating because I don't know how wide it was, but they said it was a hallway, a corridor inside as wide as this building.
Pretty wide.
And in the middle of it, all the way down, it was like a big old humongous buffet.
Oh, now you're talking.
Oh, you had one big table, long way up, that had nothing but meat, different kinds of meat on it. And so I'm going through getting something to eat, and the same man now is posted over there. And I walk up there getting some meat, get some other food, whatnot.
Yeah.
And the man looked at me like this here, and he said, this is exactly what he said. Watch this. He said, I remember I'm at the meat table. Okay.
Uh-oh, I'm afraid I know where you're going.
That's right. He said, there is dog.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
I said, what? He said, yeah, there's dog. And guess what the delicacy there was?
It So where was this at now?
Romania.
Romania. Okay.
Guess where the delicacy was?
What's that?
You ever seen a chicken and they got that little soft thing under here?
Yeah.
That we have caviar. That was the delicacy that they would put that and make it like a broth or whatever it is, something out with that in it. And that was one of the most expensive things in terms of eating that you would get there. I couldn't believe it.
I can't imagine that either.
Yes, I couldn't either.
I look at chickens with a whole different light, man. I always thought it was a pretty nice little beard, you know. I don't think I could eat a beard, though.
Now, when we left Romania, we had these Air Force people, and we had this, the navigator, okay, the navigator that we had a contest. The military was doing, you know what I mean, after all, you on these planes, and you know, you flying over the English Channel, you know, 12, 14 hours, you on the plane.
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah, so we on there, so we had this contest, and the contest was who could land the plane the softest.
The softest.
Softest. You know, when you land a plane, sometimes it hit boom and do like that right there.
I wouldn't want to make anybody mad where they wanted to lose that.
Well, guess what? They picked 3 of us to do it.
You landed a plane.
I'm finna tell you what happened. One person landed when we were landing in England. One landed when we landed in Romania. And I had a chance to land when we landed in Belgium. Now, the navigator was up there with me.
Yeah.
And he was instructing me what to do. And the way that we measured the contest, he took a half a glass of water, okay, and set it on the dash. He said, whoever doesn't splash that water out of here when they land, that's gonna win.
Wow. That's a little pressure there.
All I can tell you, I won.
You did.
I landed the plane and it didn't irk or none of that. It landed and it just sat down and just rolled.
There's no irk.
And they said, you know, I was past, I think, the age. They said, we need to up the age for people to be in the military and get you back in here so you can be a navigator. That's the attitude that they took, you know, regarding that.
I tell you what, I've been on a lot of planes, and I wish I'd had just one pilot that could land like you did.
Well, I was cautious. I was easing it now. I wasn't cocky about it. I took my time.
Just ease it on down.
Ease it on down. Now, the other thing that I had an opportunity to do while we were flying, it was in one of these missions I went on, while we were flying over the English Channel. I told you what they said about me. You know, that's why they had the corporal with me.
Yep.
So I'm sitting on the plane, you know, I'm bored as heck. I went up there and talked to the general. I said, General, I want to do something. And so he said, what you want to do? I said, I want to learn how to operate the boom. You ever heard of the boom?
I've heard of it.
Okay, the boom is how they fuel planes in the air.
Okay, but I didn't know that's what it was.
And so we flying over the English Channel, and he said, okay, so the guy who does the boom took me down. What you do, you see them big old planes?
Yeah.
You have to get down under the plane, under it. And under it, there's a fiberglass, I said fiberglass, you know, it's, yeah, that you could see through, and you had to lay on your back, and you have the controls here on both sides. And I was just sitting there, and out of the clear blue sky, 2 jets came from somewhere over the channel and literally sat on the wings.
Wow.
We flying and the jets, not, you know, they were same speed, they were sitting there going with us. Then the boom comes out, it's like a funnel that has an extension on it.
Uh-huh.
And you have to line that funnel up that's right, with joystick, that's what he was saying.
I thought he was dancing a little bit.
With the front of the jet. That point of the jet is where the fuel goes in. So you get the boom in there. And when you hear it lock, let to line it up in the air over the English Channel. There ain't nobody sitting on the ground. And then when you get it locked in, you put the fuel in.
How much training did you have to go through? Zero?
Zero. They taught me on the spot in the plane.
Wow.
And here, you know, he got fiberglass. You seen them jets with the clear thing, and you got fiberglass, and it's almost like you can touch. You can't, but you can almost touch the pilot in the plane. You touching the fiberglass, but you almost can touch the pilot in the plane. And you fuel them up, and then they do just like this, because they be smiling, or you can hear them or something. But they do just like that. When they fill up, they say, they gone. Just as quick as they can, you bat your eyes and go back, them jets, they gone. Gone all the way. So yes, I'm very fond of what we do for our military people, because I've had an opportunity firsthand from many experiences to be able to, you know, do that. Now, tell you something else. Most people don't know that we have probably 30 to 60 hot spots in the world. Not going to guesstimate who or what I think it is and all like that, because all that kind of stuff is, I mean, I don't know, but I might hit the right one if I start guessing, and that's military secrets. So I'm not going to say anything like that. But we have about 30 to 60 hot spots. And let me tell you what a hot spot means. A hot spot means that if you take, the only police that they have in these countries is the U.S. soldiers. If you take these soldiers out of these countries, then you're going to have the potential for World War III to start. So our military not only protect us, but they protect the world. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would like to say it.
Ready to pass this bill?
I would like to say it a different way, because I want to be fancy with it. I want to say Mr. El Presidente.
Okay.
That's all right. Okay. I'm going to pass the mic. Oh, okay. Now I'm going to keep the mic. I'm still keeping it. Okay? I'm still keeping it.
All right.
All right. Would you talk just for a minute with me? And I'm going to listen to you, and I'm going to listen to him. This is for him, and this one is for you. Okay? So
All
I'm going to listen. I'm going to turn this way.
Senator Kelly? You might want to turn your mic. Yeah.
Help.
Yeah.
So I kind of wondered what went in one ear and out the other, so I guess I should talk about a choice of tennis shoes there. You know, I had some tennis shoes like that back in the 1970s when I was but a wee little fella. And, you know, that didn't help me run any faster, but it seemed like he can get around pretty good like that. So I guess that's all right. But I do like his wardrobe there. He's a snappy dresser, always has been. But I appreciate what I think where we're headed here, and it's been a pretty good day, I think, since we've gotten some things out of committee today, a long committee day. And I think we've talked about everything on this bill that we could probably talk about. But I think it's important that we be careful what kind of actions we take when we're dealing with military matters. I think that's a little bit of a serious thing that we need to kind of focus on. And of course, I'm sure that we'll get this voted out today. But it is really important to me that we handle our military affairs in a professional manner, and we get them what they need to do to elevate our state's image on the military front. But I have wondered quite a bit. I see Senator Smitherman bringing in Nesquik quite a bit, but he never brings any milk in. So I'm really kind of curious what he's got in that box a little bit. But maybe one day we'll have some milk in here and we can see what it's all about. And you know, we've got a good day tomorrow there, and I think we're working on budgets and things like that. So I want to give kudos out to Senator Albritton and Senator Orr for all their hard work on the budgets and taking time with us and helping us to listen and appreciate what they do and the hard work they've done. And our leadership as well. I think they've worked really hard to get us through a pretty busy day for committee days, and having this 3 days weeks, it sure makes a difference. Time's ticking down, so we've got to buckle down and get a few things done. So I think it'll be a good time, well spent. I think we've got a few more things today. Sure looks like we haven't been here as long as it felt like we've been here. So that gives you a good view on what we have on, I think, coming up. I think we have just a few more military bills that are working their way through the process in the House, and I think it's very important we take and pay attention to those where we can get those done. I know several of those are going through there. We may have some amendments or some substitutes there, much like we did this one. If they are, I think we need to push those on out pretty quick and get those in place. Because I'm like the Lieutenant Governor, I want to see us as being the #1 state for military retirees. And I think that we've got a lot to offer. So, I don't know, we got the play-by-play going over there. I see Senator Smitherman getting focused now. He's raising his hands, and he's got I'm giving you the play-by-play. They're deep in thought now he's nodding his head, so it seems like it's very intense. Senator Gudger is shaking his head, so I think he's got it down pretty good. Senator Singleton, he's looking at it pretty good, and he's pretty intent there, so I think we're accomplishing something. Would y'all agree with that? I think we're pretty close to that. Okay. It's I've heard of the Three Stooges before, and I don't know why looking over at those three that the Three Stooges come to mind all of a sudden. But, it's just a question is who would be Larry, Moe, and Curly, because I think Curly's pretty clear. But Larry and Moe there will be kind of tough to figure out. We got a double head shake, a really quick head shake. We got raised eyebrows, and then we got intent conversation going on there. So, we got a laugh. So, we still got a head nod. So it's really getting intense now. And we've got more hand movement there and gesturing. So I think if we tied the hands, I don't know if we could do anything with them. So let's call for the vote then. I tried. I'm following your advice now, but we got Senator Gudger. He's propped up now. He's getting poised for something there. There's some good dialogue going there, but all right, so we'll go back to the bill, the original bill here. So this bill is relating to the practice of respiratory therapy to adopt the Respiratory Care Interstate Compact as Article 2 of Chapter 27B of Title 34 of the Code of Alabama, and it's to allow licensed respiratory therapists to practice among compact states, to establish requirements and obligations for participation in the compact, as to provide for disciplinary actions and joint investigation procedures, to establish and provide for the operation of the Respiratory Care Interstate Compact Commission, and to provide for their management, implementation, and enforcement for the compact among member states. And I am going to be fairly serious here with this. I think that is absolutely critical that we do these, because it has a lot to do with economic development that people tend to overlook. And when you have these compacts, it does allow for the ability for you to get businesses to want to locate there, because if you're friendly to the military, that says that you're friendly to business as well. If you're trying to meet their needs, you're trying to take care of those that set everything out for us. So I think we've got a good bill here. They worked for it hard in the House and made some minor changes. They were mainly technical changes, and we've got those worked out. So I think we're in a good place with this bill. One part of this that it does provides individual who holds a credential issued by the National Board of Respiratory Care or its successor, and who holds a license to practice respiratory therapy, to make sure it meets all the requirements, and has to meet the requirements in the particular state that the compact is with. And I can't remember how many states we have that we've reached compacts with, but it's quite a bit where we are able to participate in a program like this. And in order to participate in this compact, there has to be a member state that shall do all of the following. They've got to enact a compact that is not materially different from the model compact. They license respiratory therapists. They participate in the Commission's data system. They have a mechanism in place for receiving and investigating complaints against licensees and compact privilege holders. They notify the Commission in compliance with the terms of the compact and the Commission rules of any adverse action against the licensee. Compact is the privilege holders, the license applicant. They must notify the Commission in compliance with the terms of the compact and Commission rules for the existence of a significant investigation information. Comply with the rules of the Commission. They grant compact privilege to the holder of an active home state licensee and otherwise to meet the applicable requirements. They complete a criminal background check for each new licensee at the time of the initial licensure, where expressly authorized or permitted by federal law, whether such federal law is in effect prior to or at or after the time of a member state's enactment of this compact. A member state's enactment of this compact shall hereby authorize the member state's respiratory therapy licensing authority to perform the criminal background checks as defined herein. The absence of such a federal law as described in this subsection shall not prevent or preclude such other authorizations where it has been delivered, granted, or through the means other than the enactment of this compact. Nothing in this compact prohibits a member state from changing a fee or granting and renewing the compact privilege. To exercise a compact privilege under the terms and provisions of the compact, a licensee shall do all of the following: hold and maintain an active home state license as a respiratory therapist, hold and maintain an active credential from the National Board of Respiratory Care or its successor that would qualify them for licensure in the remote state in which they are seeking the privilege. So we'll start over, and well, thank you for asking. The bill provides a compact where you can have with other states where you can have a respiratory therapy license from one state to another. It really helps our military personnel out quite a bit. It allows them to go from state to state with states that are in the compact, and that they have the, when they move from state to state, they can come in and not have to go through the full licensing process again. So that allows them to come on in, do a few things to complies with the compact that I read just a few minutes ago, and allows them to come in and be in business and provide for their families. It allows them to have a stronger family because there's proper income coming in to take care of them. And it also provides for the community, for example, in this particular case, respiratory therapists, there's a shortage of respiratory therapists. So it also helps the hospitals and the medical centers around to fill those needs. And it sure does make a difference when we have those types of things in place. So that's one of the things that I think is really important. I didn't hear what you said, but I believe that we've got the compact. We've got several other compacts and other industries that work very well with us, and so those have proved to be very valuable, I think. It brings a lot of people to our state that we might not normally get. It helps with retirees. And you know, speaking of retirees, we need to help all our retirees as much as we can. You know, I'm sitting here and looking at some that are of the age of retiring. Senator Stewart, you know, some of you are old to be retiring soon, and so, yeah, so we need to help our retirees all we can and do as much as what we can. And, you know, programs like this provide for their care when they come in and they're needing help. It also helps the physicians out quite a bit. And you know, with the issues that we have in healthcare right now, this provides a huge opportunity for them to meet their staffing needs. And, you know, so it provides for the way for the hospitals to provide some care that they might not would normally have. They also have to report to the commission when they apply. They have to put their address where they live and where they're coming from, and how long that they've been in each location there, and that gives them a place for their background to be checked, and they have to go through a background check as well, and to be certified. Senator Smitherman was asking earlier about backgrounds, and so that's one of the things they go to. They have to be able to accept process by U.S. mail, and the compact privilege is also valid until an expiration date on the revocation of the home state license unless terminated pursuant to the adverse action. The licensee must comply with all of the requirements of the subsection to maintain the compact privilege in the remote state. If those requirements are met, no adverse actions are taken, and the licensee has paid any applicable compact privilege renewal fees. Then the licensees will maintain the licensee's compact privilege. The licensees provide. We'll just continue on. So, in very short time, you will have had the entire bill read to you, and so I hope that is beneficial to you in your vote. This is from the House. This is a House message, yeah. So we anticipate at some point in time being able to concur with the House here. They made some technical revisions in the license requirement from state. It was a small change there to make it applicable. As part of that goes to the background check that was supposed to be in there that got by without being in there. So that took care of that. The respiratory therapists are good with this. So that works out very well because you definitely don't want to do anything that harms our own industry. And having enough member states allows them a lot of flexibility too to go from state to state, like was mentioned earlier about some remote nurses and that sort of thing. So,
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
I'm yielding back to Senator Singleton.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And on this occupational licensing board, today we had a bill in judiciary that basically said that a person who's doing occupational license, if they had a felony, that they could not be given a license. So I don't understand that when we got almost 250,000 people walking around our state that never been to prison or anything, but pleaded to a conviction. They may have a felony, never been to jail, but they've been on parole. But if their skill level is something in this occupational therapy, why don't we let them work? Other than that, he might just get back out there selling dope or doing other things that's illegal because we have taken away the ability for them to work. That bill got passed me today that said that I ended up voting for it and didn't realize because I was talking to somebody else when it came up, and I think we just went with previous role. But being an occupational therapist, being an occupational licensing board, they don't want somebody who may have had a felony, but I think that that is violating people's rights to be able to contract and go to work. So if we're talking about workforce and putting people to work, and if I'm trying to start a business to where I might be able to employ 10 people because of my skill level, I can't even get a license if I've done something in my life and got a felony because of this bill that's gonna come up. I'm gonna try to kill that bill when it come up here to keep it from happening because you're stopping people from having the ability to work. We got prisons, we got prison occupation, we got them working in prison, producing products. We take them out of prison and bring them out in our streets, in our communities, and they do work where we could be hiring other people to do work. We bring them at our schools, we bring them around our city halls, and we bring them around, especially in some of these rural communities. We're bringing that extra work in from our local prison. Let me tell you an example. I had a gentleman one time that said to me, Mr. Singleton, I can't find nobody to work. Everybody I want to work got felonies. And guess what his next words out of his mouth was? Can you call over there to Bibb County and get me a few of them inmates to come to go to work? I said, well, my God, everybody in there got a record. But he wasn't willing, so what you really want is free labor. That's what he wanted was free labor. He didn't want to pay somebody, say, I don't want to hire those people with a felony. But you want me to call the prison and ask them, can they give you workers to come and work, but you'll pay them and buy their lunch because you're not obligated to give them a full salary. That's a problem with me. People want the free labor, but then we want to stop people in the bill that we passed in judiciary today to stop people who has a felony from being able to have an occupational license. That could be their skill. That could be what they do to take care of their family. And they need a license to do it. So either you're going to force them to do it illegally or go to some other profession illegally. So we just got to be careful about what we do. And I think this board need to be sure of what they want. You know what I'm saying? Just because somebody has had, and you be willing to give a second chance. So if this board is going to act like that, I don't know if I really want to pass this bill for this board. Talking about giving reciprocity to license when they don't even give people in the state a license if, in fact, they've made a mistake. What about second chances? I hope they're listening to this. Because when that bill does come, if it gets on the calendar, I will stand here all day on that principle of someone being able to actually have the ability to go to work. That's all we want to do. We talk about workforce. We need people to go to work, and then we don't want people who are capable to go to work, who are looking for work, but just because they made a mistake, then we want to punish them for the rest of their lives. For that, they've done their time to the state of Alabama. They've served for that, for what they've done. There should be able to be a refresh. There should be a refresh button that's being punched in your life to be able to start all over again. Because if I've changed and I'm willing to go down the right path, you should be willing to help me. Because other than that, I'll walk out those doors from prison looking to have something to do. You deny me, I might just go back to that same criminality that I was doing prior to me coming to work before I went to prison. And so all we want to do is to allow people in this state to be able to have a free and fair chance to go to work. And so with that, we're going to go on and concur with your House amendment. But you need to tell the folks who you're having this bill for that bill that they are actually trying to get people who have committed felons not to be able to get a license, that's not going to work. That is not going to work. For them to come here and ask us to do something on reciprocity of license, how do we know that the person in the other state didn't have a felony when we do a reciprocity on the license? We don't know. Or how do they know? We probably already got some people who have already got license already who have had felons. And so what we'll do, take that license from them when we find out that they've been a felon and they've been in the business and probably doing well and doing what they do really good, skill level, and then we're going to take that away from them? So I don't know how that's going to work, but I'm going to try to keep it from ever happening on this Senate floor. It may have passed the House 103 to nothing. That ain't my problem with them. They don't have that same thought pattern that I have. So I'm going to try to make it 1 out of 35. I'm going to be a committee. If I have to be a committee of 1, if I have to stand here 8 hours on it, I will use the rules to do that. Because we're not going to allow a bill like that to pass that want to penalize people in their profession for wanting to go to work and do it the right way and get a license. And if they go out here and do it illegal, then you're going to want to send the cops in because he running illegal business over here and he hurting my business. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
It's almost like the barber who can't get a barber license or the beautician who doing hair at her home. Well, the people with the license down the street say, oh, that's unfair. They're over there doing, but we put the restrictions on them. They have no other choice. They got to eat too. They got to eat. They're going to feed their family by any means necessary. It's the first law of nature. You satisfy yourself and then you do for others. And that's what people are doing. And when you back them in the corner, they're going to fight their way out for survival. And so this group, this board is asking on one end to stop people from the ability to be able to come and license with their board under these restrictions of having had a felony, when we act like we don't want to give people a second chance, but then when they want people to go to work, then we cry about we don't have a workforce to come to work. We got to stop that and stop being hypocritical and stop trying to fix everything, with the moral compass. We can't do that. We just can't legislate morality here. What might be right for you may be wrong for me. And that's going to always be the opposite of. And so I'm not going to prolong this, but I want you to get a message to that board to whom you carrying this bill for. That it's going to be some problem with that other bill that they want. Unless they convince me to where there is a problem with a felon having a license. Otherwise, it's going to be some problems. Okay?
Got it.
Thank you, sir.
You ready to pass this bill?
Yeah, we're ready to pass this bill.
All right, that's good news. All right, Secretary, your motion's call the long roll, correct? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley.
I didn't.
Mr. Chambliss.
I take it back.
Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, sir. You're kind.
Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 160, appointing Thomas J. Skinner IV to the Alabama National Guard. Promotion to the rank of Brigadier General Army is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 161, appointing Todd W. Wheeler to the Alabama National Guard. Promotion to the rank of Brigadier General Army is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 162, appointing David Rigg to the Alabama National Guard. Promotion to the rank of Brigadier General Army is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 163, appointing Robert J. Griggs to the Alabama National Guard. Promotion to the rank of Brigadier General Army is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 164, appointing John C. Kraft to the Alabama National Guard. Promotion to the rank of Brigadier General Army is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 165, appointing Matthew A. Vallis to the Alabama National Guard. Promotion to the rank of Major General Army is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
All right, this concludes the House messages. Now move on to committee reports.
From the Committee on Finance, Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 305 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 109 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes, 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 122 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. From Finance, Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 111 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance, Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 114 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance, Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 113 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation, Education, Senate Bill number 150 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 112 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 15 ayes, 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 289 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 303 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading to be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 151, appointing Valerie Gray to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays.
Mr. President, I make the motion that the Senate confirm Valerie Gray to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees. Do we have a good role? Using previous role with no objection. And she has been patient and been sitting up there most of the afternoon, but I think
Well, I think she's gone now.
yes, she's gone.
Boone is saying she's gone,
Okay.
so I believe him.
Okay.
All right, your motion is using previous role, is that correct?
Yes.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. Valerie Gray is confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 149, appointing Levelyn Roan to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Move the Senate confirms Levelyn Roan to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. 11 Rome's confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was too fast.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 150, appointing Goodrich Duss Rogers to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Move the Senate confirms Goodrich Duss Rogers to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. Goodrich Rogers is confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 152, appointing Jeb Shell to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Move the system confirms J.E.B. Shell to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. Jeb Shell's confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 159, appointing Adrian Brown to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Move the system confirmed Adrian Brown to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. Adrian Brown's confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 104, appointing Kim Davis to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Move the Senate confirms Kim Davis to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. Kim Davis is confirmed. Secretary called next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 131, appointing Farah G. Herring to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Move the Senate confirms Sarah G. Herring to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees using previous role with no objection. These three ladies have been sitting up there, but I think that they also are gone. So, motion to confirm them using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
25 ayes, 0 nays. Thera Herring is confirmed. Does this conclude confirmations? One more. One more. All right, Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee of Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 158, appointing Hope Marshall to the Alabama Securities Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Senator Weaver.
Move the Senate confirms Hope Marshall to the Securities Commission using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. Hope Marshall is confirmed. All right, that concludes confirmations. Thank you, Senator Weaver. All right, next committee. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 210 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 10 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 292 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes, 3 nays, and no abstentions. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 307 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 360 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 233 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 66 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 238 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 209 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes, 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, Senate Bill number 223 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 356 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 10 ayes, 1 nay. From the Judiciary Committee, House Bill number 164 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the State Government Affairs Committee, Senate Bill number 266 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From State Government Affairs, House Bill number 207 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From State Government Affairs, Senate Bill number 269 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From State Government Affairs, Senate Bill 279 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From State Government Affairs, Senate Bill number 291 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Education Policy, Senate Bill number 166 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 365 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays. From Education Policy, House Bill number 272 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays. From Education Policy, House Bill number 232 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From Education Policy, House Bill number 234 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays. From Education Policy, Senate Bill number 277 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 1 nay.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, House Bill number 352 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes, 0 nays. From Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, House Bill number 366 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, Senate Bill number 272 receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays. From Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, Senate Bill number 296 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 10 ayes and 3 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Banking and Insurance, House Bill number 148 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Banking and Insurance, Senate Bill number 51 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Banking and Insurance, Senate Bill number 302 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes, 4 nays, and 1 abstention.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 297 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 316 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 317 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 312 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 265 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 1 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 253 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 95 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 302 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 10 ayes, 1 nay. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 376 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 273 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 1 nay.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Healthcare Committee, Senate Bill number 237 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 2 nays. From the Healthcare Committee, House Bill number 346 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays. From the Healthcare Committee, House Bill number 384 receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Children and Youth Health, Senate Bill number 274 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 1 nay.
This bill has received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 287 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 288 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 452 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 456 receives a favorable report with one amendment. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 453 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 298 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 293 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 262 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 286 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 349 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 347 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 348 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 422 receives a favorable report.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From Local Legislation, Shelby County, Senate Bill number 314 receives a favorable report by vote of 3 ayes, 1 nay.
This bill has received a second reading, and this concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions or resolutions.
Mr. President,
Senator
I
Wagner.
have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution 185, naming a portion of U.S. Highway 231 in Pike County, the James T. Ramage III Highway, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution using previous roll.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution is adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator
have
Wagner.
resolutions from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 161, celebrating the Black Belt Treasures Cultural Arts Center's 20th anniversary. Also, House Joint Resolution number 162, commending Chief Rigney. Also, House Joint Resolution number 164, recognizing the Golden Rule Program and Peter Gregerson. Also, House Joint Resolution number 166, commending David Adams. Also, House Joint Resolution number 190, commending Sue Andrus, 100th birthday. Receive a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolutions.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
resolutions from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 181, establishing the Alabama Quantum Evaluation Task Force, receives a favorable report.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
This is proclaiming a day. Do all the rest of them solo? No. What number was okay? From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 180, celebrating Yancey Parker's 75th anniversary. Also, House Joint Resolution number 187, recognizing the Bay Frog Open and retired LTCR Richard Clifford. Also, House Joint Resolution number 203, recognizing Scouting America Day. Receive a favorable report.
Move adoption of the resolutions.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from Senator Roberts.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 186, proclaiming April 18th, 2025 as Two Lights for Tomorrow Day, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, I'd like for him to read that again. I didn't.
Read the title.
Yes, read that title.
Read the title again, please.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 186, proclaiming April 18th, 2025 as Two Lights for Tomorrow Day.
Two lights, L-I-G-H-T, for tomorrow. I'd like to have a resolution read.
All right, Secretary, read the resolution.
Whereas the state of Alabama recognizes the importance of honoring and commemorating the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation, whereas the events of 1775 that began the revolution the year before independence was declared are significant moments that signaled the creation of a national identity and unity of purpose that transcended national, geographic, cultural, and societal divides. And whereas on the evening of April 18, 1775, with the impending hostile action from the British Army in Boston, Massachusetts, Paul Revere and William Dawes, along with other alarm riders, undertook a perilous ride to alert everyone in the countryside of the coming danger. Whereas preceding their departure from Boston, a prearranged signal was set in the Old North Church steeple to ensure that the message got out and did not solely rely on just one or two alarm riders. Whereas the two lanterns that were the signal were immortalized in Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, Paul Revere's Ride, as one if by land and two if by sea, and have become an enduring symbol of American vigilance, perseverance, and preparedness in the face of adversity. And whereas we are reminded 250 years later that the call for unity and the call to serve each other is no less relevant today than it was then. Whereas a national initiative has been proposed by the United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission that two lights be displayed in public spaces across the country for all to see, marking the significant anniversary in April 2025 and the beginning of the 250th anniversary commemorations leading up to the Independence Day on July 4th, 2026. Whereas that the state of Alabama supports and encourages community events that promote patriotism, unity, and reflection on our shared history. Be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama that both houses thereof concurring that we do hereby endorse the two national initiative and proclaim Friday, April 18th, 2025 as Two Lights for Tomorrow Day in the state of Alabama and encourage reflection on the idea that all these historic events were endeavoring toward one common goal, the chance to embrace our God-given rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President, I
Senator
have a
Wagner.
resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 65 by Senator Wagner, mourning the death and honoring the life of Donald Wayne Armstrong.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Allen.
Mr. President, I've got an SR.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SR.
It's a special need type of dog. Don't tell me this. Anyway, if you would, read the first two paragraphs of this, please, sir.
All right.
Please.
Marshall, could you read the first two paragraphs, please?
Senate resolution celebrating the 40th birthday of Joseph Joey Pike. Whereas Joseph Joey Pike, born on April 14, 1985 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, has touched countless lives through his remarkable journey and unwavering spirit. Whereas Joey was born with Marshall-Smith syndrome, a rare condition that carries significant challenges, and at the time came with the expectation that he would not live past the age of 3.
Mr. President, I would like to ask all members of the state Senate be members and ask for immediate vote.
It's already done. All that's
Yes,
done.
thank you,
All
sir.
right. Thank you. All right. Any other motions or resolutions? All right. Next, local bills. Secretary, call the first local bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 299 by Representative Easterbrook regarding Choctaw County, BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of Privy Road without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 299 by Representative Easterbrook regarding Choctaw County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 299 passes. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 300 by Representative Easterbrook regarding Choctaw County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 300 by Representative Easterbrook regarding Choctaw County.
Mr. President, move for the third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 300 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 301 by Representative Easterbrook regarding Choctaw County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous rule without objection.
Is there objection? Secretary, call the roll. Short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. BRR passes. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 301 by Representative Easterbrook regarding Choctaw County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
Is there objection? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. Bill passes.
Thank you, Mr.
Secretary,
President.
call the next roll, the next bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 455 by Representative Jackson regarding Clark County. BR pending.
Move for the BR, Mr. President, use of previous rule without objection.
Is there objection? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, please call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 455 by Representative Jackson regarding Clark County.
Mr. President, move for the third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
Is there any objections? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays.
Thank you, Mr.
Bill
President.
passes. Please call the next bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 457 by Representative Jackson regarding Clark County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous rule without objection.
Is there any objections? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Please call the bill.
On page 67 of the calendar, House Bill number 457 by Representative Jackson regarding Clark County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
Any objections? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. The bill passes. Secretary, please call the next bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 458 by Representative Jackson regarding Clark County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous rule without objection.
Any objections? Having none, Secretary, please call the bill. Call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, no nays. Please call the bill. BR passes. Secretary, please call the bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 458 by Representative Jackson regarding Clark County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 458 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 413 by Representative Robertson regarding Claiborne County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 413 by Representative Robertson regarding Claiborne County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 413 passes. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 325 by Representative Yarborough regarding Lawrence County. BR pending.
President, move for the BR use the previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 325 by Representative Yarborough regarding Lawrence County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 325 passes. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 429 by Representative Jackson regarding Monroe County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 429 by Representative Jackson regarding Monroe County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 429 passes. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 430 by Representative Jackson regarding Monroe County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the next local bill.
Call the bill. He said call the bill. Yeah. On page 68 of the calendar.
Yeah, that concludes local bills. I'm sorry. Secretary, all right, call the next bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill 430 by Representative Jackson regarding Monroe County.
Mr. President, move for third reading be dispensed with use of previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 26 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 430 passes. All right, Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 69 of the calendar, House Bill number 431 by Representative Jackson regarding Monroe County. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Twenty-six ayes, 0 nays. The BR is local bills. All right,
Thank you,
now.
Mr. President.
What'd you say?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
President.
okay. Thank you. All right, Secretary, call the first bill in the calendar.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 186 by Senator Chambliss regarding consumer protection. BR pending.
Mr. President, I'd like a motion to carry this bill over.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senate Bill 186 is carried over.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
President.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Chastain regarding public K-12 schools. BR pending.
Senator Chastain.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to adopt the BIR.
Using the previous roll. Or do we need a good roll?
We got to
You
go.
got a good roll.
Okay.
26 though.
All right. Use the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Chasteen regarding public K through 12 schools. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, I'd like to adopt the substitute. Use the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute's adopted.
I have a floor amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 92 by Senator Chasteen. Replace line 116 on page 5 with the following. Remove lines 143 through 147 on page 6.
All right, Senator.
Yeah, members, this amendment just changed some language on the line 116, providing specific procedures and other protections that prioritize the safety and security of students. And then the lines 143 through 147 deleted some language that was in the original bill that my colleague from Jefferson and I had talked about, and we were able to get that out. But this bill is the Focus Act, or the cell phone bill that would prohibit use of cell phones during the instructional period of a class during the day, better known as bell to bell. So the way this worked, the kids would come in to their school first period, and they would put their cell phones in whatever device the school system chose to use, whether it be boxes they put their cell phones in, or the yonder pouches, or whatever. That's a local decision, and they would put them in first period, and then at the end of the day, they would get their cell phones. The research shows that there's a couple of things I want to point out. Teachers, 80% of the teachers want cell phones out of the classroom. They're there to teach. I think we got to go back and remember what we have these kids in school for. That's to get an education. And teachers are spending too much of their time trying to get kids to put their cell phones up, and that's not what they're there for. So this bill would eliminate that during the instructional time. There are exceptions that would allow students to use their phone if they had an individualized education plan, an individualized accommodation plan, or an individual health plan. For example, if a child was a diabetic, they had to have their blood glucose read using their phone, they would be allowed to do that during the day. But some of the data shows that, if a child is distracted by getting a text, and it said this, they get as many as 237 during a school day, and it takes 23 minutes for these children to refocus. So you take a 50-minute class period, and a child's distracted, they're in there half the period, and they're not focusing on the lesson. So I think this will improve our educational outcomes. I think my colleague from Mobile has a Senator Elliott, would you like to talk with me for just a second, please?
Colleague from Mobile, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Senator, I appreciate your work on this bill, and I've thought long and hard on it, and you've laid this out and done good work, and I think narrowed the scope of it some. You have in the bill 3 main exceptions. Mm-hmm. And again, I think they're well laid out, right? You mentioned the IEP, mm-hmm. right, if it's part of that. And then the use or possession for education learning purposes. Again, right. A lot of folks, see how to put this nicely, not all of y'all have kids that are still in school, right? So there's been a lot of changes, right? And so That's a good exception because we use things like the Remind app that goes off constantly that tells me what my kids are doing or what's going on. Teachers use them to communicate with their students. So that's a great exception there as well. And then, of course, if there's an emergency threatening the life or safety of the student or another person, again, I think that's a great idea as well. I hope we never have that exception being used, of course. You and I both know that's likely to occur again, whether we want to or not. Here's my concern, and I've talked with the sponsor about this. I communicate with my kids throughout the day about some mundane but very important things. Practice got canceled. My ride home changed, or I'm not able to ride home with little Johnny, little Bobby. There we go. And so I need to find another ride. Or I communicate with them, hey, I'm stuck in Montgomery at whatever time of night it is, debating a bill, and I'm not going to make it back in time for this. You need to ask little Bobby if you can ride home with him, stay at his house for 30 minutes until I can get there. And so oftentimes those communications are quick, they're relevant, they're really relevant, and if I can communicate directly with my child or my child can communicate directly with me, that can be helpful. I had one the other day, my daughter said, hey, Dad, I got to school, and I noticed my tire was low on air, you know, and so she sent me that text message, but it was within that instructional period, right? And so I was able to go by and fix it while she was at school, and so she was able later on during the day to go about her day and go to this practice and take my son where he was going, et cetera. And so I think a reasonable exception would also be for the student to communicate with their parent or legal guardian. And that's the amendment, is adding another exception to let the parent, us, communicate with our child. I don't want to outlaw me communicating or prohibit me communicating with my child or my child communicating with me. Now look, do I think there's some superfluous communications that go on sometimes that can wait until we get home? I do. And I think it's a parent's responsibility to limit that. My daughter sent me a text message this morning. She got into the National Honor Society. She's so excited. She sent it to me about 10 o'clock this morning. Could that have waited until after school? It could have. But some of these other things about when I'm getting picked up, how I'm getting home, the game changed, the practice got canceled, some of that's awfully relevant. And I want to be able to communicate with my kids. And I think it's reasonable to ask that they do. And so the amendment that I'm going to offer simply adds a fourth exception to the three that you have now that says for the purpose of communicating with the student's parent or legal guardian. So it's very narrowly construed that it's the parent or legal guardian.
Senator, you and I have talked about this, and I'm going to ask that this amendment be tabled, but I want you to think about this for just a second. Think about the practical application of what you're asking for here. We have a sub on this bill right now because the original bill had 10 minutes carved out during the day that the students could have their phone to communicate with, you know, with whomever they needed to. So how do you know when the 10 minutes are, you know? So we felt like in working on this legislation and talking with, using model legislation from other states, that it would be best if we just removed those 10 minutes during the day and just made it bell to bell, freeing these children up from their school. Okay, but now, to your point, to communicate with my parents, okay, when they come in first block, their first period, they're putting their phones in whatever device their school, you know, chooses to put their phones away. When is the right, how do you get your phone now? I mean, you know, the application of what if 50 kids all of a sudden need a, that's why we have the Remind app that the coaches can use many times for practice cancellations and for, you know, teachers and things like that. You know, and I'll go back to the old days, that's what the front office is for. You know, I mean, you can go leave your message, or if you got a message, call the school, leave it, and they'll get it to your child. I'm just saying that bell to bell provides the best freedom for these children for 7 hours, 8 hours a day. And if there's anything in there that needs to be, you need to get to your child, send a message to the office.
And so, Senator, I understand that, and my son is 13 now and is in 7th grade, and when he was in elementary school, they had this exact prohibition in practice in elementary school. And I can tell you it was I don't want to make the principal mad, but it was so much more difficult to communicate with the front office. It was so much more cumbersome to communicate with the front office. And oftentimes, the message could be something as simple as, hey, I'm gonna be a couple minutes late. I'm gonna be 15 minutes late. I'm gonna be 20 minutes late getting back. I got stuck on I-65 because Governor Ainsworth hadn't widened it yet. And it's gonna take me a little bit longer to get there. And so he was able to go to a friend's house for 15 minutes, but that wasn't a 15-minute message to get to him. Does that make sense? It had to gone through this long process, and we have the ability to shoot a quick text message and it works. And so I understand what you're trying to do. I appreciate as a parent what you're trying to do. I get aggravated with my kids and how much time they spend on the phone when I see an Instagram message that pops up at, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, come on, guys, what are you doing? Pay attention to what you're supposed to be doing. And that's why I've tried to make this very narrow and said, look, if you're communicating with your parent or legal guardian. So I've said my piece on that. I think it's reasonable. I understand your motion. And so, Mr. President.
All right, so we've got amendment and what you move to do?
Table it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, tabling motion the amendment just got tabled. So, yeah, the Senator Elliott amendment.
We don't. I thought we've already passed we haven't passed our amendment. Okay. So I moved.
So you withdraw that? You're tabling?
I withdraw the tabling of Senator Elliott's.
Okay. No, I'm talking about your amendment.
I want to pass my amendment.
All right, right. So we're on your amendment right now. Before we get on any other amendment.
I moved to adopt my amendment.
Okay. All right, using previous role? using previous role?
Previous role, yes.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Chastain amendment is adopted. That's on me. I should have caught that before we did that. All right, now, do you even want to introduce your amendment or just no?
I'd like to, everybody think about this. This just says communicate with the student's parent or legal guardian is an exception. So
all right, Secretary Reed received the amendment. Hold on, let me get.
Make a motion to table that amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Elliott. Replace line 100 on page 4 with the following.
All right, now, Senator Chastain.
I make a motion to table that amendment.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Roll call on that.
Any opposed? All right, the tabling motion passes. All right, so we're off that amendment. Okay.
If there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
Using previous role?
Using previous role.
All right, any objection?
As amended.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 27 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 92 passes. Thanks, Senator Chastain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, Senate Bill 35 by Senator Allen regarding crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Allen.
Move past the BR using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 35 by Senator Allen regarding crimes and offenses.
Senator Allen.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Back in 2017, the current law was passed in 2017 And of course, what it says, under the current law, a person can be charged with a crime for threatening another person to engage in a sexual act or produce an image or a video by threat of injury to person or property. Now, this piece of legislation, this bill would extend the crime to also to include threatening a person with the release of a photo or image or a video or film or other recordings of the individual engaged in sexual conduct. This is also a sexual extortion. It's a Class B felon. To charge a person with this crime, evidence would have to be presented to a grand jury, which would have to find that there was enough evidence to proceed with the case. A judge would have to find a probable cause to move forward to trial. A conviction would require a finding by a jury of God beyond the reasonable doubt. The full scope of the rules of the procedure would apply to the prosecution of the case. So I'm open to a dialogue with my friend from Greensboro.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hold this. I hear the exceptions in terms of the offer of proof that you have to have. Is there anything in your rule to say intent, with the intent to release it for those particular purposes? Because if sometimes I may threaten to do something, you just tell someone I'm gonna do it, and I hit that button and I can't unring the bell. And it wasn't really my intent to do it, but I was just bluffing you I was gonna do it. But when I hit it, it's gone. It's hard to unring the bell. And there was really no intent for me to do it. Or does the court have to prove intent in that? That it was intended for the release of, to do harm to the other person?
Yeah, I can certainly see where conversations with two young adults or two teenagers can get into a quiet debate and say some things and some threats made. And of course, the way the media is as far as social media, it's some evidence is probably very possible there as well.
And I think that what's going to happen is that the court is going to go through it and deal with it like they do any other probable cause case. You know, they're going to look at the facts, parent facts, which believe that a reasonable person can believe that a crime has been committed. And if they can believe that the crime is committed, they'll bring that case based on those facts or parent facts that has been presented to them. Just as you're setting the standard by which one could be prosecuted. And the only thing I would just, you know, and I'm not trying to hold it up, I just wanted you to thought that with the intent to do so, again, I know I've hit the button on something when intending to send something to somebody and be like, oh, I hit the button and wasn't intending to send it. Not that I was bullying anybody, not that I was doing something, it was just a hit of that button, you know? And once it goes, it's hard to, it's like that bell, once it rings, you can't unring it. And the only thing you can say, you know, oh, I'm sorry, because I know I've sent stuff and sent it to the wrong person. And somebody could have got offended to what I sent, you know, but it wasn't no intent to give it to them or send it, you know, with the intent to do any harm to them. And that's all I want, you know, and I guess I'm not going to try to get an amendment to add intent. I'm going to I just want something for you to think about. That's
well, thank you. And of course, the bill itself does not have that language there as far as that goes, but certainly it's a huge issue, not only in this state, but across the country. In fact, this is a huge issue for the entire world.
And I agree with you. It's a tangle where we weave, you know, because, you know, some of these folks be mad today and then be friends tomorrow. Okay, they make up, kiss and make up, and they go on by their business, you know. I'm just trying to make sure that, and I want you to think about the fact that people who may say, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to send that or didn't want to do anything to harm you with that, but it's out there now, you know. And I guess the court could still look and see whether or not there was intent.
That's where.
But if you're setting a standard and if intent is not in there, they might not have to look at intent.
That's right. Of course, you alluded to it a moment ago. Is that the DA, the court system?
Yes.
They are certainly would do their job and do it in such a way where they would make sure that the evidence and everything is there to go forward.
And I'm fine with that. And I know this bill is important to you. I'm ready to go and move it. You can move for third reading. And
all right, make the motion.
Mr. President, we move for third reading. Third reading be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton.
You want to talk?
Mr. Williams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, too late. So sorry. I mean, what now? 27 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 35 passes. Secretary, call next bill. I mean, that bill's passed. All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 191 by Senator Figures and others regarding postpartum depression. BR pending.
Mr. President, we'd like to carry this bill over, please.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, Senate Bill 191 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call next bill.
On page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 119 by Senator Barfoot regarding firearms. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, move for the adoption of the committee amendment. You don't want to do that? Okay.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd make a motion to table the committee amendment, and I'll be glad to explain the reason afterwards.
All right, your motion is tabling committee amendment.
It is.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Committee amendment's tabled. All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have actually a couple of amendments. I've talked to some of my colleagues here. The First Amendment, I'll go ahead and offer that, and I see Senator Smitherman over there. Offer
y'all ready? This? I'm trying to get y'all.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 119 by Senator Barfoot. Place line 101 through 104 on page 4 with the following and re-letter the remaining paragraphs accordingly. Replace line 662 on page 24 with the following. Replace line 684 through 686 on page 25 with the following. Remove lines 690 through 692 on page 25. Replace line 746 on page 27 with the following and re-letter the remaining subsection accordingly.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleague may have some questions. Let me tell you why we tabled the committee amendment and then what this First Amendment that I've offered does. A lot of times, the process actually does work. When you have individuals talking through things to figure out what you intend to have in a piece of legislation, and then when you put those words on a document, sometimes you don't see what's right there in front of you. And that's a clear indication of what happened and why we had to table that committee amendment. This amendment instead does make sure that we do not prohibit individuals who had been charged with misdemeanor offenses from having a firearm under state law or to be caught up in the Anais law prohibition. And so in this specifically changes the language in that committee amendment because the committee amendment said any felony, if you were in possession of a firearm for any felony, this First Amendment actually narrows it down to any felony offense within the previous 5 years. So we set a specific time period on there, not for all of duration. And then Section B of that same part of the amendment is if you have 3 or more felonies, convictions, not charges, but convictions. And I thought this was an important piece of that puzzle, that if they arose from a different indictment or complaint or otherwise arose on a different date of charge. And the reason that that was important is because I did not want an individual who had 3 felony charges from one incident for all 3 of those to be counted against him. Okay. So with that, unless my colleague has any questions, I move for adoption of the First Amendment to SB 119.
You can use short, make a motion, we use short roll.
All right, on the amendment?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in support of you.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
Senator, I just want you to know when you get to
20 what?
your explanation.
All right, 27 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Barfoot amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Barfoot.
Could I be recognized, Mr. Chairman, just for a second?
Sure.
I just want to say to you that you spent a lot of work on these. While everybody was talking, we worked hard on them. And as far as I'm concerned, you can explain them and then just go on and move them, because I'm in favor of them.
Thank you, Senator Smitherman, and you are correct. We spent a lot of time, not just today, but over the past several weeks in order to get to the point where we're at. With that, Mr. President, I have a second amendment that I'd like to offer.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 119 by Senator Barfoot. Replace lines 106 on page 4 with the following. Replace lines 134 through 137 on page 5 with the following. Replace line 216 through 219 on page 8 with the following. Replace lines 221 through 223 on page 8 with the following. Replace line 269 on page 10 with the following. Replace line 275 on page 10 with the following. Replace line 764 on page 28 with the following. Replace line 768 on page 28 with the following.
Mr. President, if I could, I think I'll briefly explain. This is what I will refer to as a technical cleanup of some things as it relates to the domestic violence statute, which includes step-parent, step-child, grandparents. So this just comes in conformity with what existing statute is. I think it's a technical cleanup. So having offered that, I'd move for adoption of the Second Amendment using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Barfoot, amendment number 2 is adopted. All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. President, I have one more amendment I'd offer.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 119 by Senator Barfoot. Replace line 696 on page 25 with the following. Replace line 705 on page 26 with the following.
Mr. President, this amendment helps the district court judges who hear NILAW hearings, the detention hearings. There was a division and a split among the district court judges as it relates to whether or not a bond hearing had to be had on those NILAW cases. This simply amends the statute to say that if the prosecuting attorney is not requesting the defendant be denied bail, then the court may waive the pretrial detention hearing. And if there's no questions from my colleagues across the way, then I'd move for adoption of amendment number 3 using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Senator Barfoot, Amendment number 3 is adopted. All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I'd move for final passage of SB 119 as amended using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
26 ayes, 1 nay. Senate Bill 119 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 187 by Senator Chambliss regarding consumer protection. BR pending.
Senator Gudger.
I'd like to make a motion to carry this bill over, please.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senate Bill 187 is carried over. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 34 by Senator Smitherman regarding public K-12 education. BR pending.
Senator Smitherman.
Mr. President, this bill would require each public it said high school, but I got an amendment on that. It started out saying public high school student to receive instructions in violence prevention, conflict resolution, and mediation before graduation. This bill would also require the State Department of Education to develop standards relating to the teaching of violence prevention, conflict resolution, and mediation, persuading to the course programs of instructions. The Board of Education wanted to change this to middle school. And so that's what the amendment does, change it to middle school. I see my colleague over there, so I'm going to yield to him.
I just have a question. Does this include colleges?
No, no colleges.
Well, Noah's about to go to college by now, isn't he, brother?
He about to go by now. But no, he's in high school. He made it. He got past it. I was trying to get him too. They talking about my grandson. They don't know who we talking about. But hey, I tried to get him hooked up in this training too. But the board said they wanted the middle school, so he missed out on it.
All right, we're on the BIR.
Yes,
motion
sir.
to adopt using previous rule. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 34 by Senator Smitherman regarding public education. Committee amendment pending.
You have a copy of the amendment?
A committee amendment.
Okay. Do they have a copy? Do I need to hand them this copy?
No.
Oh,
it's the committee amendment.
Oh, okay. I move the adoption of amendment. Unanimous consent, use previous role.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I came out of committee. Do I still need to sign? Do I need to sign this and hand it?
25 ayes, 2 nays. The committee amendment is adopted. All right, Senator Smitherman.
Okay, let me ask a question. Do y'all have a copy of this amendment? The committee amendment? Okay. Same one put in on committee. You don't need, okay. If there are no other questions, I move found passed as amended, as unanimous consent, use previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 25 ayes, 2 nays. Senate Bill 34 passes. Thanks, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you all very much.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Mr. President.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 196 by Senator Orr regarding the Move On When Ready program. BR pending.
Senator Orr.
Move adoption of the BIR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 196 by Senator Orr regarding the Move On When Ready program.
Mr. President.
Senator Orr.
I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to Senate Bill 196 by Senator Orr. Replace line 40 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 44 through 45 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 47 on page 2 with the following. Replace lines 50 through 52 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 61 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 64 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 97 on page 4 with the following. Replace line 126 on page 5 with the following. Replace lines 155 through 156 on page 6 with the following. Replace lines 199 through 200 on page 8 with the following.
It fits. Hallelujah. This comes from the education community, higher ed, K-12, and all in between. I'd move adoption of the amendment used in the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
Twenty-seven ayes, 0 nays. Senator Orr, amendment's adopted. Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move third reading used in the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 196 passes. Thank you, Senator Orr. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 116 by Representative Simpson and Wilcox regarding the Alabama Professional Bail Bonding Board. BR pending.
Mr. President, use of BR, use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection?
I'm going to run all of them.
Hearing none, so ordered.
I'm going to run them all.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 116 by Representatives Simpson and Wilcox regarding the Professional Bail Bonding Board.
Mr. President, move for third reading, dispense with use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 116 passes. Thank you, Senator. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 119 by Representatives Underwood and Wilcox regarding the Board for Interpreters and Transliterators. BR pending.
Mr. President, you move for BR, use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 119 by Representatives Underwood and Wilcox regarding the Board for Interpreters and Transliterators.
Mr. President, move for third reading, be dispensed with use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 119 passes. Secretary, call the next
Thank
bill.
you, Mr. President.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 120 by Representatives Underwood and Wilcox regarding the State Board for Genetic Counseling. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR, use of pre-roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 120 by Representatives Underwood and Wilcox regarding the State Board for Genetic Counseling.
Mr. President, move for third reading, dispense with use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 120 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 121 by Representatives Underwood and Wilcox regarding the Board for Registered Interior Designers. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR, use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The EBR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, House Bill number 121 by Representative Underwood and Wilcox regarding the Alabama Board for Registered Interior Designers.
Mr. President, move for third reading, dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 121 passes. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 126 by Representative Wilcox regarding the State Board of Midwifery. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. The EBR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 126 by Representative Wilcox regarding the State Board of Midwifery.
Mr. President, move for third reading, be dispensed with use of previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
28 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 126 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
What a day, what a day, what a day.
You got lucky.
Well, baby. You got lucky.
You got lucky.
You got lucky.
You got lucky.
We gonna have fun.
The one thing I know, I hold the cards. When the rabbit got the gun, it ain't no fun.
See what happens. See what happens. Mr. President, we need to make a motion to adjourn till 9:30 on Thursday, April 10th.
Let's work.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.